Chapter 1582. It was a lush and vast plain. Looking around, the green grassland rippled with the wind, revealing large pieces of gravel on the grassland. Their line of sight followed the green waves to the distance, across the mountain pass sandwiched between two gently sloping high mountains, extending further into the distance. They could see a huge city enveloped by a faint blue energy barrier. There were walls erected around it, sentry towers, and many city defense tools used for battle. There were sentries every few steps on the walls, making this big city look like a heavily fortified fortress. Their line of sight returned to the vast and flat grassland just now. A whirlwind suddenly rolled up on a short hillside. The surrounding grassland fell in the direction of the wind, as if it was flattened by a heavy object. A white ring quietly appeared in midair. After waiting for a moment, a group of people rushed out of the ring with loud noises. They landed on the short hillside in a standard diving posture and rolled all the way down the hillside. Wah! Hui let out a tragic scream. He rolled out of the ring in an abnormally embarrassing posture. He saw stars, and the sack on his shoulder flew out. Jing Yuanji, who followed behind him, was also dizzy, but she caught sight of the sack that the guardian had thrown out. She flew over to catch the sack regardless of her own safety and staggered to a stop on the hillside. Min, who had transformed into a void, was also a little dizzy when she came out. However, she was the most stable one at the scene. She didn't roll down or see stars, but she was a little dizzy. She stood at the top of the hillside and looked down. At a glance, she saw a group of people stacked in a human pyramid at the foot of the hill, as well as the guardian who was swaying around like a fool. She couldn't help but be stunned. Is it that serious? Jing Yuanji tilted her head and nodded at her. She sat down dizzily and tore open the order on the sack quickly. She poured out Lord Feng, who was also dizzy from being thrown around. And Yen, Yun Nuoxing, who felt the fresh air, opened his eyes and sat up. His face was full of question marks. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Jing Yuanji held her forehead with her hand and shook her head before saying, I heard from Lord Hui that this is a place called Black Nest, but... She stood up reluctantly and looked in the direction of the wind. She saw the vast plain and the city in the distance. She couldn't help but say, this is like another world. Hui, Yun Nuoxing, who was still in a daze, woke up instantly when he heard the name. Jing Yuanji saw his expression change from a dazed and cute to a demon stained with black blood in 3 seconds. His whole body was surging with a destructive aura, and she suddenly sweated. Puff! Feng, listen to me. I have a reason for doing this. Don't hit my face. Hui felt someone's aura and woke up with a cry. Then he quickly hugged his head and curled up like a shrimp, quietly waiting for the observer's judgment. Then, after waiting for a long time, he found that nothing happened. He opened his eyes tremblingly and saw Yun Nuoxing looking at him with a dark face. He laughed a few times. You're not going to beat me? You fainted. I'll let you go. Yun Nuoxing rolled her eyes and pulled him up from the ground. Where is this? Why did you kidnap me? Hurry up and explain to me clearly. This is Black Nest. Hui patted his spotless robe and put his palm on his forehead as if he was looking into the distance. Well, it's just the name we gave. This world, in the words of these original residents, is called the Cloud Continent. When Yun Nuoxing heard this, he felt that something was amiss. He turned to look at a certain guardian and saw him looking at him with a strange smile. He also felt that something was amiss. He repeated his words over and over again and said, The clouds! Is there an underground world? There really is. Hui nodded with a smile and pointed at his feet. Below means that the layout of this world is not based on the void as the background of the world. They are layers upon layers. Well, perhaps it would be better to call them independent worlds. Independent worlds. The background of the world should still be the void, but it is the void in the state of invisible and invisible. That is to say, we can't stand in the void and overlook the other worlds in the void and take in all the worlds in one breath. It is a bit like layers upon layers of small worlds, but they are all in a complete state. There is a void between the worlds, but they are all at the level of the void within the world. There is no origin void, and the residents here are ridiculously strange, the kind that beat you back. Yun Nuashing wrinkled her nose. I heard a little from little Qingzi. I heard that you fought against an army of 80,000 with 50 people and were driven back, right? You're a guardian. Don't think that you're very good at fighting just because you have a big knife. Well, it's a bit ridiculous that a peak of origin can beat back the heavenly god of the origin. Hui, who had just been bombarded and turned gray, suddenly came back to his senses. He pressed Yin Nuashing hard and stared at her with his eyes wide open. Right. Ridiculous, right? Incredible, right? I'm the heavenly god of the origin. They can actually use one wave rush to drive us back. I'm telling you, I've never encountered such a humiliating thing in my life. This is definitely the darkest stain in my life. If I don't get rid of it, I'll definitely be possessed by inner demons. To hell with your inner demons. Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes fiercely. A guy who stands at the top of the Order of the Void is telling me that I'll be possessed by inner demons? Hui smiled and scratched his head. That's what I meant. Ahem. Anyway, this time I'll definitely avenge my previous humiliation. Yun Nuashing crossed her arms. You're not going to avenge your previous humiliation? There won't be a problem with you around. Hui smiled cheekily and was pushed away by Yun Nuashing with disdain. So what did you do here? Why did you start a war all of a sudden? This is as long as a piece of cloth. Hui grinned. He took out a few sets of clothes from his storage space and threw them to Yun Nuashing and the others. He turned around on the spot, and the white robe on his body turned into rough linen. He looked quite ordinary, but it could not hide his outstanding aura. Anyway, let's talk as we walk. Our teleportation here should have attracted some people's attention. It's better to leave first. Yun Nuashing replied with an "Oh." She looked at the women's clothes in her hand, and her expression froze. Are you trying to make a fool of yourself today? Ahem. I took the wrong one. Hui coughed dryly and grabbed the clothes in his hand and gave him another set of clothes. He smiled and walked down the mountain. He could not help but mutter in his heart, "Tisk, it's better to just wear it." Why did you react so quickly? Wushang City was one of the thousands of cities on the vast gray land. However, it was located in an inconspicuous place in the corner of the gray wilderness. It was surrounded by lush grasslands and mountains. It was close to mountains and rivers, so it was rich in resources. However, it did not look like a barbarian village gathering place because of this. It was a big city, heavily guarded, and had city defense deployments. The architectural style was different from the architectural style of the world of order that Yun Nuo and the others had seen on planet Yun Nuo. There were more than 100 cities like this in the Gray Expanse. After leaving the Gray Expanse, they could be considered to have stepped into the wonderful Gray Expanse. There were dozens of areas that were more rich and more prosperous than the Gray Expanse. Together, they formed the vast Gray Expanse. However, this was only a corner of the entire Cloud Continent. There were as many as 8 places on the Cloud Continent that were similar to the Gray Expanse. They were so vast that it reminded Yun Nuashing of the realm of the gods. Although this so-called Cloud Continent was not as big as one of the 5 major regions of the realm of the gods in the 139th era, a continent that was so vast that it was unheard of except for the spirit-gathering continent. We gave up the vastness of the starry sky in exchange for a vast continent. From this point of view, it is very monotonous. It's better to be in the starry sky, but the vastness of the starry sky is also very monotonous. Yun Nuashing and the others crossed the Gray Expanse. More than 50 people scattered. A few of them went to the Wushang city that they saw when they landed, while the others went to places further away. They had stumbled all the way here the last time, so this time they had to make a good arrangement. By the way, have the people who live here never seen what the stars look like? Yun Nuashing suddenly asked. Hui spat out a mouthful of saliva. The questions you pay attention to are always very special. I really didn't expect this. Well, there is also a so-called starry sky here, but it is also very strange. The size of the stars is not what we think it is. The sun, the moon, and the stars move irregularly. The starry sky here is like a fantasy created by someone's imagination. It is far less interesting than the real starry sky, so I didn't pay much attention to it. Only when I look up at night that it looks like a real starry sky. You will know when you see it at night. Yun Nuashing raised her head and looked at the bright sunlight shining in the sky. She couldn't help but roll her eyes. A world that existed between reality and fantasy? Interesting. He wasn't clear about the situation outside, so he guessed that there wouldn't be many people who knew about the so-called cloud continent. Since they lived on the cloud continent, they probably wouldn't spend much effort to study the star field above their heads, as it was meaningless. At this time, Wushang City was covered with an energy barrier and seemed to be in a state of high alert. Although there were carriages and merchants coming and going, everyone looked hurried with their heads down. They didn't like to talk, which made the atmosphere a little tense. Battle mode? When I left, it wasn't so bad. It has only been a few days, and they are already so nervous. Hui led Yun Nuashing and the others away from the grassland and onto the spacious road. He was a little puzzled by the hurried and silent appearance in front of him. So, what did you do a few days ago when you were driven out by others? Yun Nuashing looked at him and asked. Hey, didn't we get driven out? Naturally, we did what we were driven out. Yun Nuashing. Ahem, okay, let's be serious. We coughed a few times and said, We are true outsiders, but the people of the cloud continent seem to treat us as another kind of outsiders, another group of non-human life forms that also exist in this unknown world background. As for the order, you know. Yun Nuashing stopped in her tracks. Non-order life forms? Half of them are and the other half aren't. We are a group of people of unknown origin who have great power and accidentally cause some damage here. Naturally, we are treated as the outsiders who aren't. He scratched his head and smiled bitterly. This is all a coincidence, a series of coincidences. You went out to drink water and broke your leg in a meeting. Yun Nuashing teased. That's pretty much it. Anyway, we caused a little trouble in the cloud continent, and then Huey's face trembled a few times. Then we were united as a thunderbolt. Before they united to throw us out, they were actually in a hostile state. In the entire cloud continent, there were tens of thousands of forces, more than a dozen super forces, and an overlord that stood above everything. These two groups usually don't care what happens, unless something big happens in the cloud continent. The other tens of thousands of forces are fighting each other every day. The overall situation is pretty much like this. Hui waved his hand and slowly explained. Yun Nuashing pulled at her bangs. The big thing you mentioned, could it be that you are referring to the situation where the group of non-human beings attacked just now? Hui smiled bitterly and nodded. He pointed at himself. So when we were driven out by the combined forces of the dozen forces, and that one. I heard that the tens of thousands of forces behind them were also in a state of battle at that time. When the situation was not right, they would point their spears at us at any time. But before they could point their spears at us, we left. Yun Nuashing looked at him speechlessly. That's quite tragic. By the way, Hui himself was also a troublemaker. His talent of causing trouble wherever he went was exactly the same as his. TSK, now that these two matters were put together, he was afraid that the entire cloud continent would be turned upside down. Where is that group of non-human beings? Yun Nuashing asked. I really don't know. We left early and didn't know anything. How would I know where they are? Anyway, they belong to the same big place. It's probably like the relationship between the Source Peak region and the Ultimate Plane region. They are not far from each other, but I think it would take some effort. Hui shook his head. Yun Nuashing glanced at him, and suddenly thought of the deity realm and the devil realm in the 139th era. They weren't far from each other, and it wasn't easy for them to come here. As soon as they came, they would fight each other, and there would be no end to it, fighting to the death. Under the strict interrogation, it took Yun Nuashing and the other 10 minutes to squeeze into Wushang City. Yun Nuashing observed the situation around him. Most of the soldiers were in the celestial realm, and their realms were relatively low. Most of the living beings had their own cultivation, but they were all below the elementary celestial realm. The younger ones were even weaker. There were not many mortals, and most of them had their own cultivation. He turned to look at the city and found a few obscure places with the aura of the Empyrean god of origin, but they were not particularly strong. After all, it was just a city in a corner of the gray expanse. If 2 or 3 Empyrean gods of origin appeared at the first meeting, then he would probably have to summon the entire army of the celestial realm to wash away Hui's humiliation. If that happened, then their combat power would be comparable to that of the celestial realm. There aren't any primeval gods in this place, right? Yun Nuashing looked at Hui, but then he waved his hand to show that he wanted to come over. If there really were primeval gods, Hui and the others would not be able to escape unscathed. Hui shrugged his shoulders. Most of the combat power is in the hands of the outstanding group of people, and the lower ones are the middle level. Those don't matter, but the number of high-level sources is really large, and they are ridiculously strong. About 6 high-level sources of the same realm can fight back and forth with our people, but if we really want to win, it may take 10 people. Min was stunned for a moment and looked at Hui, speechlessly. He said that they were very powerful in the beginning, and then said that their family was only equivalent to 10 times their family's combat power. She could not tell if this was mockery or a simple explanation. The celestial realm's powerful laws and concepts give us this level of power. Lord Hui is used to saying that other people's power levels are divided in this way. Jing Yuanji whispered to Min. Min nodded stiffly. I'm not used to it. Wait, according to what you said, what do the people of the Void Court say? Jing Yuanji raised her head and tapped her chin with her jade-like finger. She thought for a while and said about 1 to 4. However, if we were to really line up and use the energy towers that we commonly use to activate our formations and unleash the most powerful power, it might be 1 to 50. Min's body stiffened. ? Jing Yuanji spat. If Lord Hui and Lord Feng were to enter the array together, this number would be increased by a few times. It shouldn't be a problem to increase it by 7 or 8 times. That was a long time ago. Based on the current situation of Lord Hui and Lord Feng, it may be possible to increase it by dozens of times. Min took a deep breath. Are you people? Of course not. We are all energy life forms. The combined power of energy life forms is not 1 plus 1. It is all stacked and multiplied. Jing Yuanji shook her head. That's not what I meant. Forget it. Anyway, you are. Min's cheeks twitched a few times. Not human, not human. Seeing Min suddenly fall into a state of doubting life, Jing Yuanji could not help but laugh dryly. She looked at the 2 people beside her and shrugged helplessly. After all, it was the first major world of the 8 elements realm. And after all, it had the power to dominate the entire void. The second choice was the underworld. All right, I have a general idea of the situation. Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes. Including the ins and outs of the matter, it was actually a trivial matter, but it snowballed and became more and more serious. In the end, it became a public enemy. Tell me, what are you going to do? Are you going to blow up the Cloud Continent? Or are you going to find those unreasonable things and give them a good beating? Well, he was also an unreasonable guy, but the matter was actually not that serious. In fact, it was Hui and the others beat people up and the people who were beaten up were not satisfied and did not intend to let it go. Then they found a group to beat them up. As the fight went on, more and more people were gathered. Suddenly a grandson shouted, "These people are not people of the Cloud Continent," and then the whole people staged a firestorm. Anyway, at first, he was stunned when he heard it. He was familiar with the plot. It had happened many times in the realm of the gods. How could he run into this kind of thing in another world? It was a meaningless thing. If it were up to him, he should directly kill the first guy who caused trouble and scatter his ashes in 3 minutes. Then he would give the onlookers a blessing of physical amnesia, and then toss all the rules and concepts in the place into nothingness. Then they would not be able to find anything when they came over. Then there would be nothing after that. Hui heard it and felt that something was wrong. "Why are you so familiar with it?" "Cough, cough." Yun Nuashing coughed dryly. "I'm just talking nonsense. You can just listen as you like. So what are you going to do? If you really want me to blow up the Cloud Continent, I will start preparing now. We will start fighting in 3 days. If there are no accidents, the battle will end in 2 days, leaving the Ashes continent for you to slowly deal with." Hui and the other 50 people heard it and felt their scalps go numb. Cold sweat flowed from their hearts to their eyes. Listening to this speech of killing without blinking and destroying without boundaries, it was really a familiar speech of the Feng clan. "No, no, don't do that." Hui smiled bitterly and waved his hand, showing a conflicted expression. "Well, actually, I'm not here to seek revenge. I'm just saying that it's fun. TCH, I was kicked out. It's normal for me to be a little resentful." "I know. That's why I'm just saying it casually." Yun Nuashing shrugged. If it was really this level of troublesome matter, Hui and the others could solve it by themselves. As long as their identity as outsiders was not discovered and they acted as public enemy number 1 again, nothing would happen. It was very simple, but since they went through so much trouble to kidnap him, they must have other plans. "We came here for Black Nest, so—" Hui scratched his cheek and blinked crazily at Feng Clan, you know? "So, you kidnapped me just to help you with your research?" Yun Nuashing took a deep breath. Seeing him nod with a dry smile, she became angrier and her face darkened. "Stretch your head over here. I'll give you some blessings. Don't run. Stop right there. Don't. I'm wrong." Looking at the 2 people who had suddenly entered into their daily interaction state, Jing Yuanji and Min looked at each other and couldn't help but sigh. No matter what, it was really fun to put these 2 things together. Chapter 1583. Hey, don't make a fuss here. It's easy to attract the bad guys here. We'll all be in trouble then. Yun Nuashing and Hui, who were flirting and chasing each other, suddenly heard these very clear words. Both of them were stunned. Half of the ground was covered with broken blue stones, and the other half was bare with grass roots. On the ground that was struggling to survive stood a 14 or 15-year-old youth. His gaze was a little timid, and with some curiosity he looked at the 2 of them. His hands subconsciously shrank in front of his chest. That expression and that action was very much like a frightened beast that was ready to defend at any time. Where did we run to?" Yun Nuashing looked up and looked around. There were some very dilapidated houses around them. There were luxurious decorations and ornaments at the corners. On the right was a magnificent, dilapidated manor. The building in the center was so dilapidated that it was more than lacking bricks and tiles. It looked like it had not been repaired after a war. Even one of the supporting stone pillars was in a broken state. There was even a bird's nest at the place where the stone pillar broke. It was more than 4 meters high from the ground. On the 2nd floor of the central building, there were only 3 planks and a half-meter wide wall left. Perhaps they could still build a corner that could block the wind from both sides. Hui was also stunned for a moment. He was so focused on chasing each other that he did not notice where they had run to. The surrounding buildings were not more than 5 meters high. From some of the details, he could judge that this place used to be prosperous, and there should be a large number of quite prosperous buildings. For example, The open space in front of them was filled with broken stones and planks. Those fragments piled up to a height of 10 meters, which was higher than the surrounding, dilapidated buildings. He was sure that there should have been a very large building in that open space. Standing in the alleyway, next to the windows of the dilapidated buildings, there were some vague silhouettes of people. There were people who were about the same age as the young man in front of them, and there were also some elderly people who leaned against the wall and glanced at them with their turbid eyes. Then they turned their heads away. Secretly, there seemed to be some gazes with a deeper meaning. Why is this place in such a dilapidated state? It looks like they were too lazy to repair it after the war. Was this a place that was directly abandoned? We could not help but whisper. The young man looked at the two people who were wearing plain clothes, but they were curious and looked a little strange. He couldn't help but ask, "Did you come to Wushang City from somewhere else?" Yun Nuashing was just about to say a few perfunctory words when Huey's eyes suddenly flashed. He bent down and looked directly into the young man's eyes. He said with a smile, Yes, we are travelers. We accidentally came to Wushang City, but we haven't found a place to stay for half a day, so we can only walk around." He let out a sigh of relief and pointed to a place. "There are many uninhabited houses over there. Although they are a little run down, they can still shelter you from the wind and rain. As long as you can endure the walls that can't block out the sound and the doors that can't be closed, it's actually not a bad place. However, you can't make a ruckus here. You'll attract the bad guys here." Bad guys? This was the second time we heard the young man mention the bad guys. He looked around curiously. His soul went deep into the void and scanned the surroundings a few times. He didn't find any threats. Oh, no! If the target was this young man, then there were many people in this place who could pose a threat to him. He didn't know which one was the bad guy he was talking about. "Yes, but as long as we don't disturb him, everything is fine." The young man nodded and pointed to the front. "Do you want to come? It doesn't matter. Usually we just rest on the grass with the sound of insects and wind. We just need to find a place to stay." We nodded with a smile. "Then let's go." The young man smiled and winked. He was about to lead the way when his eyes suddenly paused. "Are those two sisters with you?" He didn't even need to turn his head to feel Jing Yuanji and Min's aura behind him. Yun Nuashing replied, "Yes, is there anything inconvenient?" "No, just be careful not to meet that bad guy." The young man walked in front and led the way. I heard that many girls were taken away by him and never came back. Min and Jing Yuanji looked at each other after hearing this. The former made a throat-twisting gesture. Jing Yuanji shrugged and stretched out her lily-white hand in front of her. Yun Nuashing could hear the sound of air being squeezed. When he turned around, he saw the two girls exchanging glances with each other as if they were communicating with their eyes. He was stunned. "Why is this place like this?" "No one has come to fix it," we said casually. "It seems like there's a war here. It's a war all year round. Moreover, there's a lot of conflict near here, so very few people come to fix it." The young man blinked. After his fear faded, his black eyes were very clear and without any ulterior motives. "I heard that there's a city in the open cloud continent about 20,000 kilometers away from Wushang City. They send troops to attack Wushang City all year round." "Yes, also I heard from those uncles that this place is being used as a buffer zone. That's the real reason why they don't send people to fix it. As for more details, I'm not too sure." Yun Nuashing and Hui looked at each other. Hui shook his head. Yun Nuashing made an "oh" sound in his heart. It seemed that the teleportation was random. This time they just happened to arrive at the border between the two continents, and it was also a war zone. From the young man's words, she also learned that because there were some strange movements in the cloud continent in the past 10 days, the city in the open cloud continent took the opportunity to send people to attack. The battle lasted for 3 whole days. Although the city walls were broken, Wushang City still used all of its strength to drive the enemy out of the city. However, there were many new traces of war left behind, and this place that wasn't repaired looked even more tattered. As they walked forward, they saw several large craters in the ground. These were traces left behind by powerful forces. In this short journey, Yun Nuashing saw many similar craters. Some of them still had weak remnants of energy. The two sides of the battle were mostly peak stage heavenly gods. As for the heavenly god origin powerhouses in the city, as long as they didn't want to destroy the entire city, or if they didn't have brains, they wouldn't fight in the city. The young man brought the four of them to a relatively clean and tidy place that seemed to be a campsite. This attracted the attention of many people in the campsite. When they saw that they were wearing plain clothes that could barely be considered neat and clean, they turned their gazes away. Lu Qing, why did you bring outsiders here? In the campsite, a middle-aged man walked towards the young man and spoke with some displeasure. He looked at Yun Nuashing and the others curiously. His gaze swept over Jing Yuanji and Min's faces before moving away. He felt a little strange. He couldn't see through these people. The young man was about to speak when he froze. He didn't ask for Yun Nuashing and the others' names. Hello, my name is Hui. The four of us are tourists who came here from the Qing province. Hui smiled and nodded at the middle-aged man. He reached out and patted the young man's shoulder. When we were in Wushang City, we met a spy. He said he could help us find a place to stay, so we came to disturb you. Don't worry, we will leave in 2 days. The Qing province. The middle-aged man's face twitched. That was more than a dozen continents away, on the other side of the Cloud Continent. How could this group of people travel here? Uncle, I'll bring them over first. Lu Qing bowed to the middle-aged man, then waved at Hui. He led the four of them straight into the depths of the campsite. The group of people on the way raised their heads and looked at each other a few times. Then they all shook their heads. The Qing province is a little far. To be able to come here, I'm afraid. But looking at their poor appearance, it seems that they can't get any benefits. The middle-aged man frowned. The most important thing was that he couldn't see through these people. After thinking about it, he turned around and waved his hand at the crowd. The entire campsite returned to silence. Yun Nuashing and Hui looked at each other. Jing Yuanji whispered in the former's ear. After a while, the four of them shrugged and looked at Lu Qing. This little guy probably didn't know where he was, but they were too lazy to care. There were always 1 or 2 places like this in every city. It wasn't surprising. As long as that group of people didn't provoke them, they wouldn't care about the existence of these things. Lu Qing brought them to a room that had been empty for a long time. Not long after, the middle-aged man came over. It seemed that he had something to say to Lu Qing. He glanced at Yun Nuashing and the others and pulled them away. The young man was still a little apologetic. When he was pulled away, he repeatedly apologized to Yun Nuashing and the others, saying that he would come back later to help clean up. Creak! The dilapidated wooden door made a sound that made one's teeth ache with a gentle push. They didn't dare to use too much strength for fear that the whole door and the door frame would be removed together. Yun Nuashing and the others squeezed into this small, dilapidated house. As the young man said, it was a very small place to stay. The four of them stood in a place that was 3 meters wide and almost filled up the small house. They could make do with huddling in the corner for a night to experience life. If they really wanted to stay here for a long time, Yun Nuashing would rather fly to the sky and find a random cloud to sleep. Although he was a little familiar with the bed, he wasn't used to sleeping in a bed. Didn't the people in the realm of the gods sleep in the sky every day? What do you mean? Yun Nuashing waved her hand and used energy to clean up this simple little house. She waited for the energy to automatically remove the dust in the house and some small residents hanging in the corner. She then turned her gaze to Hui and curled her lips. Have you thought about what your purpose is? Hui took a deep breath and shrugged. I don't know. You should have some plans, right? I don't know. I don't have any plans. Hui continued to shake his head. The last time we landed was in Green Province. Now that we've landed in the Gray Expanse, I don't know what to do for a while. Well, even if that's the case, I probably don't know what to do even if we return to Green Province. Jing Yuanji took out a few small stools from her dimensional storage and handed them to Lord Feng and Lord Hui. The four of them sat in a circle in the middle of the small house and looked at each other in silence for 5 minutes. We should have a bonfire. Yun Nuoxing clapped her hands and casually took a few pieces of wood from outside. She gently snapped her fingers and ignited a fire to light the wood. The four of them then sat in a circle around the bonfire and continued to be silent. After a while, Min couldn't keep quiet anymore. We have to find something to do, right? We can't really sit in front of a fire until the end of time. Yun Nuoxing heard that and looked at Hui again. Tell us about your original plan. No. Hui shook his head vigorously. Yun Nuoxing took a deep breath and couldn't help but laugh. I'll beat you up, okay? Hui couldn't help but laugh dryly. Really? No, I don't have any plans. I said I'm here to understand this black nest and do whatever I want, but I don't have any plans at all. I'm really not good at this, so I brought you along. Yun Nuoxing was angry. You really broke through to Yuanxia realm for nothing. Oh, I can't help it. In order to become stronger, I have to sacrifice something. Yun Nuoxing and the other two were speechless. Did this guy sacrifice his brain in exchange for Yuanxia realm? But then again, this guy's strength was indeed at Yuanxia realm, but he could be blasted back by 80,000 Origin realm cultivators. It could be seen that this guy was just good at taking a beating. His strength wasn't particularly great, so he sacrificed his brain in exchange for defense. They had never heard of lowering intelligence to increase defense. There's nothing particularly worth paying attention to now. We've just arrived, so we haven't noticed anything yet. Yun Nuoxing casually threw a wooden stick into the fire and stretched. My soul can't touch the conceptual layer of laws, and there's no way to directly observe this world from the big view. Troublesome, troublesome. More or less, I have a plan. Yun Nuoxing let out a long breath. We'll stay here for a day or two and take a look first. Wait a minute, so what are you trying to do? Hui grinned foolishly. Catch you to do research. Be more specific. I'm still dizzy. I don't even know what I'm supposed to do when I'm caught here. Yun Nuoxing rolled her eyes. Ah, that'll have to start from a few months ago. Hui shrugged. It wasn't me who discovered the black nest. It was the warriors guarding the front line of the void. At first, they said that they found something strange in the void of order, and then they passed it to my family. My family finally passed the news to me, and then I came to take a look. Huey's expression suddenly changed a little, which stunned Yun Nuoxing and the other two. The atmosphere suddenly became a little tense. Yun Nuoxing reached out and pinched him. If you have something to say, just say it. Don't keep me in suspense. All right, it's actually like this. Hui grinned and looked up into the sky. His gaze seemed to want to fall on the void, but it was blocked by something. After a while, he looked away and said in a deep voice, "This black nest came from the void of chaos. I don't know its true form. Based on my speculation when I stayed here for a few days, it seems to be a strange thing that was pieced together by multiple worlds of order located in the void of chaos." From the void of chaos, Yun Nuoxing whispered softly. After a while, she suddenly paused. If you had told me earlier, I would have brought Jingyun here. I guess it would have been done by now. You brought her back from another void region? We looked at her curiously. What's her special background? She used to be the heavenly god of the origin, a remnant of that era. Yun Nuoxing stared at him faintly, and softly told him about Jingyun and the others. We understood halfway through and scratched his head awkwardly. You didn't tell me at that time. Seems like. Yun Nuoxing was just about to nod, but she turned her head and felt that something was wrong. Her face instantly darkened. You put a gunny sack on me the moment I came out. How can I tell you? Ahem, calm down. I didn't expect it either. Seeing Maple stand up and roll up his sleeves in a fit of rage, Hui instantly froze. He did a backflip and hugged his head as he squatted at the corner of the wall. I was wrong. Don't hit my face. Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes and sat down again. She turned around and looked at the small house. It had been cleaned up, and the interior looked brand new. The originally leaky walls had been plugged up, and the missing bricks and tiles on the ceiling had been casually plugged up with energy crystals. It looked quite suitable for a person to meditate in peace. It would be even better if it was surrounded by mountains and rivers outside. Well, as she spoke, Yun Nuashing thought of a secluded small house in the realm of the gods. A small broken house surrounded by mountains and rivers. Wasn't that the same as that small house? Brother Hui, I'm here. Oh, you're done. Just as the atmosphere was about to drop to the freezing point, a brisk voice suddenly came from outside. The four of them turned their heads together and saw a young boy standing by the door. His face showed a hint of surprise, and he kept scratching his head. You guys are too fast. I was in a hurry to get rid of my uncle to come and help you guys. It's just a small matter. Hui smiled and waved his hand. He stood up from the corner and returned to his seat. He rolled his eyes and asked, By the way, why did your uncle look for you? Lu Qing found a wall and leaned against it. He did not sit down. He asked me where you guys came from, and also some things about you guys. It was weird, but I haven't known you guys for long, so I just casually dealt with it. Oh! Hui responded without batting an eyelid. Then what did he say? He didn't say anything. Lu Qing blinked, although he said that his expression seemed to indicate that he was hiding something. Hui raised his eyebrows and showed a hint of interest. He exchanged glances with Yun Nuashing. The latter was too lazy to pay attention to him. She stretched herself and leaned against the wall behind her. Although she did not know what this young boy was hiding, there was no need to pay attention to it. They did not see any evil intentions, so there was no problem. As for what he was hiding, let him be entangled with it. A 15 or 16-year-old boy was also at the age when his mind was active. After talking with Lu Qing for a while, they found out about this slum that was used as a buffer zone. But to be honest, it was not a big deal. Whether it was a certain someone in the dark or not, it had nothing to do with them. Anyway, they would leave in 2 days. As for whether these 2 days would be peaceful, they could not say for sure. After sending Lu Qing away, Yun Nuashing and Hui stood at the door. The former glanced at him and said, You don't need to pay attention to it? What's there to pay attention to? He's just a child. My intuition tells me that there's nothing wrong. Even if there's something wrong, it's behind my back. Hui shrugged indifferently. There are ordinary families who are persecuted by war in every world and every city. It's just that the ones here seem to be particularly unusual. Yun Nuashing looked at him from head to toe and said, You don't seem to be too surprised. The last time I was here, I saw it in the land of Qingzhou, the slum. This kind of thing that's similar to a buffer zone. It seems that every city has it. If you find that a city doesn't have it, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's peaceful. It could be that they're fighting more fiercely in another place. For example, in an open plain, millions of troops are charging at each other. For example, in a valley. That's what it means. So, a city with a buffer zone is a symbol that the intensity of the war is not so fierce? Yun Nuashing crossed her arms. This was really interesting. Well, that's it. Hui nodded and leaned against the door frame with his hands behind his head. His eyes casually swept across the broken land and could not help but sigh. But this place. Sigh. It's easy for some dangerous people to appear in this kind of place. Let's not talk about whether they're powerful or not. They're dangerous themselves. But it doesn't have much to do with us. After patting Yun Nuashing's shoulder, Hui turned around and went back into the room. Take a rest. You must have had a tough time coming here. Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes. Nothing would have happened if you didn't drag me here. I should be resting leisurely in the void front line right now. I've moved to a void region and haven't even rested before you dragged me here. Oh, I'll take you around Wushang City at night. I'll treat you to a meal. Chapter 1584. Wushang City was in a state of war all year round, but it wasn't so strict that it was carved into the bones. There was no curfew at night, other than the ruins in the east that were used as a buffer zone. There were still very warm lights in other places, rendering the place as bright as day. Music and laughter were heard every night, blocking the line of sight in the direction of the city wall. It was impossible to tell that the city was in a state of war. The wars started by the superiors, the wars between the Gray Expanse continent and the neighboring Open Cloud continent, were all led and controlled by the superiors. The existence of Wushang City and other cities was just a small battlefield for them. They didn't know why the wars they started were for Yun Nuashing, but the things that were affected. Wushang City was a miniature version of the entire Cloud continent. The same situation existed in the realm of the gods, but it was far less serious than the Cloud continent. Cough, that was a little off topic. After saying so much, what he meant was that the wars started by the superiors wouldn't affect the lives of ordinary people to the extent that it would affect everyone's lives. That was why Wushang City was in such a situation at night. It was clearly a state of war, but the scene of Wushang City, not at night, could still be seen. The wars between the superiors were a disaster for them. Therefore, the Cloud continent probably had something similar to the Rebirth realm's prohibition to restrict the superiors. Otherwise, why would they have that unique one? Although they basically didn't care about the trivial matters of the Cloud continent and only paid attention to whether those inhuman things would come to the Cloud continent and made preparations for it. They also led an army of 80,000 to drive Hui and the others out a few days ago. However, they were still considered the rulers of the Cloud continent. At least in name, they definitely had something similar to it. He was thinking nonsense again. Although he came out to play and eat and drink, he was absent-minded. Even when he came out to play, his mind didn't stop, and he was always thinking nonsense. It was just that he was thinking a lot at this time. As for why now, Dong? Congratulations to guest number 422 for winning the increasing talisman for 3 million divine origin coins. Next item, Yun Nuashing turned his head stiffly and looked at Hui, who was blindly excited but didn't open his mouth to bid. He couldn't help but roll his eyes. That's right, they were in the auction house right now. Hui was the one who led them in, and it had nothing to do with him at all. He planned to go to the very quiet place to cultivate in Wushang City to take a look, but now it seemed that there was no chance. Yawn. Yun Nuashing yawned and glanced around. They were sitting in the ordinary guest area. The huge auction house was said to be able to accommodate 1 million people at one time, and there were also VIP seats and other places. The auction at this time wasn't that popular, and it wasn't to the point where there were no empty seats. However, he looked around and estimated that there were about 100,000 people. Only 3 of the 13 VIP seats had curtains down to indicate that there were people inside. The ordinary area they were in was neatly seated. Looking down from this position, he could see a large, black mass of people. It was especially noisy when there were more people, and he felt physically and mentally exhausted. His left ear was bombarded by demonic sounds one after another, and now his soul was about to fly out. Yun Nuashing slowly sat up from the chair and muttered with a haggard face, "So, what is the fun thing you were talking about? It won't be out so soon. Don't worry, you will see it later." Hui grinned and gave a thumbs up to show that there was no problem at all. "Where did you get the money?" Yun Nuashing looked at him deeply. "Although you can disobey the rules and have a sample in your hands, it's not good to create a situation on a large scale, right?" Hui had an expression that said he already knew that he would say that. He laughed and leaned back on the chair, saying the common currency of the Cloud continent is divine origin coin. Doesn't it sound familiar? Divine origin coin? Yun Nuashing sat up a little straighter. The currency that can only be made by people above the initial god rank. It has energy and can even be used as a weapon? I have seen this before, but this method of making it is not widely spread. Under normal circumstances, it is not easy for people at the rebirth state to come into contact with it. Moreover, it is very strenuous to make it. Oh, pretend I didn't say anything. While he was muttering, Hui slapped a scroll in his hand, making him speechless. He didn't need to open the scroll to know what was engraved on it. In the end, you still don't follow the rules. TCH, I got this thing when I was schemed against in the Qing province. Hui waved his hand with an indifferent expression. Yun Nuoxing looked at him sideways, pausing after every word. You, schemed against by others? Hui scratched his head, embarrassedly. Performance, it's all a performance. After cooperating with him for so long, I should at least receive some remuneration, right? This remuneration is too generous. Yun Nuoxing couldn't help but smile bitterly and shake his head. It's just an ordinary currency. There are always things in this world that are more valuable than these straightforward currencies. Moreover, it's not easy to make divine origin coin. Therefore, to continue the previous sentence, it's still possible to come into contact with it with some effort. However, this thing's pirated version is dozens of times more than the original version. If you want to get a fake and knowingly commit a crime, you will probably be hung up and beaten up by the management of each district. The above common sense was what he came into contact with in other worlds that used similar divine origin coins. By the way, other than divine origin coins, there are actually other ordinary currencies. The two have a certain exchange ratio. In addition, he liked to call these things collectively as energy currencies because he had seen a lot of them. It was a little hard to remember all the names, so he might as well just unify them. Anyway, the meaning is the same. Buzz. He made a divine origin coin according to the method in the formula. Well, from what he knew, there was nothing special. Boom! The sound of the hammer falling on the stage made Yun Nuoxing's veins explode. He unhappily dug his ears and looked over. While he was chatting with Hui, another auction was completed, Flawless Palace. It was said that it was the largest auction house in Wushang City. The largest hall would only be open once every 10 days or half a month. The place they were sitting in now was just an ordinary hall that would be open once every 2 or 3 days. It seemed that there were other halls used for other things. Hui had mentioned it just now, but he had already forgotten. The Flawless Palace was not unique to Wushang City. It seemed to be a huge force. They could be seen in the Grayish Land, Qingzhou Land, Open Clouds Land, and more than a dozen other places, which made him immediately think of the Night Owl Alliance. They were also present in every corner, but they were not the same. The latter only repeatedly jumped around in some abnormally dangerous places. The Flawless Palace was just a normal auction house. Moreover, every time it opened, there would be at least 2 items related to the rebirth state. In this relatively remote place, if it was not because of the war, there might not be many rebirth state experts, let alone items related to the rebirth state. Well, these were all things he had heard. As for the truth, he was looking at it now. Based on what he had seen so far, this auction was quite interesting. It could attract people in the upper 3 realms of initial God stage and lower 3 realms of rebirth state. As for them, they were just here to watch the fun. Even if there was something here, it would not attract them. Moreover, at their level, it seemed that they did not need anything. The things he picked up outside were all accidental and could not be measured by anything. There are so many people. It's so noisy. Yun Nuoxing gave a long yawn. She glanced sideways at Hui, who was still watching the auction with great interest. Then, she looked at the 2 girls who were whispering to each other. Yun Nuoxing glanced at the venue below in boredom. Okay, don't worry. It's coming soon. Look. Hui pulled Yun Nuoxing's shoulder and pointed at the high platform below. He grinned mysteriously. Hey, even if there is something in this place that can really interest you, it's only a little. How can there be anything that can really catch your eye? Yun Nuoxing grinned. She lazily pulled herself up from the chair and looked down with interest. Next item. Oh, this is already the last item. The auctioneer on the stage waved his hand and was about to say his habitual words. However, he caught a glimpse of the item that the maid brought up. This made his already excited mood calm down a little. He put on a mysterious expression and chuckled softly. Those who are familiar with Flawless Palace know that this hall usually puts things that can't be identified and things that can't be explained at the end. This is the mysterious item that everyone has been waiting for. The auctioneer suddenly took out an unknown item from his pocket. Yun Nuashing glanced at it. Other than judging that it contained quite a bit of energy, she could not see anything else for the time being. The auctioneer held up the irregular stone-like item in his hand high for everyone to see. Suddenly, he clenched his fist and crushed it. The sound of the explosion was especially crisp and clear. The entire hall echoed with a burst of sound. There are many new guests present. There are also some old guests who have never participated in this last segment. Today, I will use this Outer Heaven Blackstone as an opening. There was an uproar in the hall. Even those who were familiar with it exclaimed softly. It seemed that the Outer Heaven Blackstone was something special and precious. This Flawless Palace is really rich. How many people can't get the Outer Heaven Blackstone, even if they want it? Good heavens! A palm-sized Outer Heaven Blackstone costs about 200,000 Xinyuan coins. It broke just like that. But what is this last segment? Kid, you must have come to the Flawless Palace to participate in the auction. Do you see that black box? It contains the last auction item, but it's hard to tell what it is. Hey, don't be so quick to show an uninteresting expression. The meaning of "it's hard to tell" is that even if it's placed in front of you, you might not know what it is. It's not asking you to buy a box and bet on what's inside. Even if you buy the wrong item, you can't blame others. Of course, the Flawless Palace won't throw out a piece of trash for you to snatch. Among the mysterious items that have appeared in the past, some ancient items have been bought by experts who knew their stuff. Using appropriate methods, they could unleash power beyond everyone's imagination. Therefore, the item may be good, but the most important thing is whether you can recognize it or not. If you don't have a clue, it's better not to bid recklessly. It's true that a treasure is covered in dust, but there must be someone who knows its stuff to wipe away the dust on the surface. So that's what it means. Everyone was enlightened. However, there was still a little bit of gambling involved. Hui curled his lips at Yun Nuashing and pointed at the foot-long black box below. Yun Nuashing looked at him lazily and saw the item inside the box. Then, her lazy gaze suddenly changed. She almost jumped up and pointed at the box with her eyes wide open. Hui nodded in satisfaction. He had been waiting for this scene. "What is that?" Hui said. "Feng, you've changed. You've also become naughty. You can't learn from me. Maintain your character." "There's no character to speak of." Yun Nuashing grinned and waved her hand. "Let's not talk about those weird things. The thing inside. It contains the power of the natural order. However, it doesn't seem to belong to this space, the Cloud Continent. Is it from outside? I didn't see it that quickly. Furthermore, I only heard some rumors from some places. I felt a little interested, so I brought you here to take a look." Colors of energy appeared in Huey's eyes. He switched his vision several times, and the item inside the black box suddenly became clear. It was a stone. According to the rumors, it was a piece of outer mystic stone. It was the outer mystic stone that the auctioneer had just crushed. However, it was probably one of the types. Its color and energy were not the same as the one he had just crushed. Furthermore, that piece of black outer mystic stone did not have the same amount of power of the natural order as this one. "Take a closer look and feel it." Yun Nuashing frowned. At this time, the auctioneer slowly opened the black box. She looked away and saw a piece of white stone inside the box. Its smooth surface was like a mirror. It even reflected the auctioneer's calm expression. This item has been determined by the people of Wuxia Palace. It is also a piece of outer mystic stone. However, it is outer mystic stone that we have never seen before. At least, the mystic stone record did not record this type of white mystic stone. The energy inside is sealed. We do not know the type of energy and its use. This auction will be the same as before. This mystic stone will be left here. Everyone has 1 hour to use their own methods to observe it. However, you are not allowed to touch it. If it matches your eyes and you want to take it away, you can leave your bid here. If it is more complicated, you can also appraise it on the spot. After 1 hour, we will reveal the answer. The highest bidder will win. Then this auction is considered to be over. Friends who want to leave first can leave on their own. Thank you for your support. The auctioneer said with a smile. He turned around and retreated to the side. He waited quietly and did not speak anymore. After the hall was silent for a while, people gradually stood up and walked out of the hall. It seemed that they did not intend to participate in the last segment. They were not even interested in the results. What do you say? Let's go up and take a look? Hui poked Yun Nuashing's face and winked at him. Yun Nuashing pondered. In a short 10 minutes, less than 30% of the people were left in the hall. At this time, someone walked up to the stage and stared at the white outer mystic stone through a layer of energy barrier. After pondering for a while, he took a pen and paper from a maid and wrote something hastily and handed it to the auctioneer. There were also people who pulled the auctioneer to a corner. There were flashes of light as if they were appraising it on the spot. It's hard to tell what it is. Yun Nuashing put his hands behind his head and stretched lazily. It's hard to tell. It's hard to tell. Then again, we don't have any money. We do have money. Look at this. Hui flicked a palm-sized badge in his hand. Yun Nuashing turned his head to take a look and was stunned. That was actually a currency, an abnormal currency that was refined using a normal method. It was many times more advanced than the divine origin coin. If that thing was casually thrown out, it would cause a commotion among the high-level heavenly gods of origin. Improved divine origin coin. Why don't we call it origin coin? It contains the power of order of this protector, part of the fragments of laws, and vast and pure energy. It can support a high-level heavenly god of origin for hundreds of years. It can even provide enlightenment. Hui said proudly. That's... Yun Nuashing's cheeks twitched a few times. It can even burn 3 pieces of land to ashes if thrown out. You created such a dangerous thing because you want to break the balance and let them fight among themselves so that you can reap the benefits, right? Oh, it's not that exaggerated. I purposely weakened the power of this thing. It can only be used for cultivation. It can't even burn 3 pieces of land if thrown out. Oh, then, at most, it can only burn 2 pieces of land. Yun Nuashing. That's not good at all. As Hui spoke, he stood up with a smile and dragged Yun Nuashing away. Hey, don't worry about that. Let's go, let's go. I'm very curious about that thing. Let's hurry up and take a look. Jing Yuanji couldn't help but smile bitterly as she watched Lord Feng being dragged forward. When Lord Hui was too energetic, he would often have to torment Lord Feng. Hui circled around the white stone and called Yun Nuashing with all his might. Only then did he reluctantly move forward to take a look. Then he was stunned again. All right, stop pretending. If you're done, let's go. I've already written the chips. Hui waved the parchment in his hand. Just as he was about to drag Yun Nuashing away, he saw his expression that didn't seem to be fake. He was stunned and asked softly in his soul, "What's wrong? Is it really something rare?" "I'm not sure if it's rare or not, but this energy is a little useful to me." Yun Nuashing narrowed her eyes. "But it's not for my own use. You can buy it first." "Oh, if it's not enough, how about doubling it?" "Hey, in this borderland there are only 3 beginner-level origins guarding Wushang City. If someone can pull out a higher chip than this, I'll eat that origin coin, okay?" Hui nonchalantly threw the parchment to the auctioneer and was about to drag Yun Nuashing away when the auctioneer suddenly exclaimed, "Sir, please wait a moment." Hui turned his head. The auctioneer looked at the parchment in his hand and was puzzled. He made a gesture of invitation and walked to a dark place. The 2 of them leaned over and heard the auctioneer say, I wonder what this origin coin you're talking about is? If you need me to appraise it, I can help. After all, we need to appraise an unknown item before we can judge your bid. Hui expressed his understanding and threw the freshly refined origin coin over. He said casually, divine origin coin. It's the same thing, but it's of a higher level. You know what I mean. The auctioneer's body stiffened when he heard this. He gently took the palm-sized coin and carefully observed it in his hand. He looked at Hui with a puzzled and complicated gaze and respectfully returned the badge to him. He smiled and said, I understand. Please return to your seat and wait for a while. The result will be announced in less than 10 minutes. Hui waved his hand indifferently and dragged Yun Nuashing back. His face was full of gossip. Tell me quickly, what's wrong with that energy? Yun Nuashing reluctantly fidgeted for a while. After she sat down, she dragged his consciousness into the spiritual world. The spiritual world with green mountains and clear waters was like a real origin world, full of the aura of life. The little angel was still guarding the small courtyard by the mountain. When she saw Yun Nuashing and Yun Nuashing coming here together, she got up and greeted them. How's Frost? Yun Nuashing glanced at the extremely gorgeous and romantic flower bed in the courtyard. She looked at the person lying on the bed and asked softly. She's fine. After a small transformation, she can adapt to the situation here. The speed of her evolution has become very slow. The little angel pulled Yun Nuashing to the flower bed. He looked at the girl sleeping on the bed with her eyes closed and scratched his head in distress. Before leaving the fourth rank area, he had sensed that this girl's self-construction rule had been partially perfected. She could withstand the torment of some teleportation and energy transfer, so he stuffed her into the spiritual world. Initially, he wanted to use his soul to speed up her self-evolution, but now it seemed that it was useless. Hui looked at the girl on the bed and pondered for a while. Suddenly, he patted Yun Nuashing on the shoulder and grinned evilly. Keeping a mistress in a golden house? Yun Nuashing and the little angel were speechless. Ahem, okay, I'll stop fooling around. Before Phone could use violence, we quickly put on a serious expression. So that's a origin life, and it's a defective origin life. Right now, it's slowly repairing itself. The speed is slow, and it'll probably repair itself until the end of time. The user of that energy you mentioned just now. You're not thinking of letting her use it, are you? Yun Nuashing nodded. How about it? My judgment is quite right. What do you think? How would I know what I think? Hui rolled his eyes. I haven't even figured it out. I'm not like you. I just want to buy it because I think it's fun. Yun Nuashing. So? Hui shrugged. Anyway, buy it first. Once you buy it, you can't run away. Chapter 1585. As their consciousness returned from the spiritual world, Yun Nuashing and Hui opened their eyes at the same time. Their eyes were fixed on the black box on the stage. At this moment, the hall was unusually quiet. Everyone was quietly waiting for the time to end. They quietly stared with their eyes wide open, their breathing rapid and their palms sweaty. Is there anything unusual? Jing Yuanji whispered to Yun Nuashing. Fortunately, the general situation has stabilized, but unexpectedly there is no acceleration of the recovery speed in my soul. Yun Nuashing said as she rubbed her forehead. I don't know if it's because the origin life form is too heaven-defying that even I can't affect it, or Frost's evolution progress is the most suitable for her, so there is no change. By the way, did anything happen when we sneaked into the spiritual world? Jing Yuanji shook her head. After they came back, there were still some people who walked up to the stage, but most of them were nervous and uncertain. They probably just wanted to try their luck and bet on whether someone would offer a very low price. Except for a few people who almost quarreled when they talked about the white magnetite just now. There was nothing worth paying attention to. Don't worry, there will be no problem if we do it. Hui reached out and patted Yun Nuashing's shoulder as he grinned. He did not believe that in this place, in this remote city, there would be someone who could come up with something more valuable than the badge. If there was, he would really eat the badge raw without dipping it in sauce. Well, Yun Nuashing muttered as she raised her head and looked at him. I don't particularly care about that. Since we know that this kind of white outer magnetite exists in the cloud continent, the only thing left is the problem of obtaining it. At most, we can use a large-scale soul spying to see where this kind of thing can be found. Unless it is man-made, I can find it. We couldn't help but laugh when he heard that. That was right. The biggest significance of the white mysterious stone that appeared in front of them today wasn't that it was right in front of them, but that its appearance told Fong that there was such a thing here. Even if they really didn't touch this stone today, they could spend a little bit of time to look for it. Anyway, he had nothing to do at the moment. He hadn't planned his next itinerary yet. While Yun Nuashing and Hui were thinking, the auctioneer stepped forward and waved the parchment in his hand to the crowd. Suddenly, a fierce fire appeared between his hands and swallowed all the parchments. In a short while, all the parchments were burned to ashes. The temperature of the entire hall rose a little. In the fire, only a parchment wrapped in energy survived. Those with quick reactions immediately understood what this meant. They held their breaths, sweated on their foreheads, and widened their eyes. Sorry for the long wait, everyone. After a series of selections, we've come up with the final answer. Don't worry, the elders of Flawless Palace participated in this process. The elders came up with the answer together. The auctioneer waved his hand to disperse the fire. He held the last parchment tightly in his hand and nodded to the crowd with a smile. Seeing that everyone was unusually nervous, he couldn't help but laugh and raise his right hand high. Let us congratulate! His right hand was already stretched out, but it still hadn't landed. The originally quiet hall was suddenly filled with manic and impatient growls because of his action. Even some people in the VIP seats popped their heads out and looked at the high platform while holding the railings. Their faces were ferocious and nervous. The auctioneer paused for a moment. Suddenly, he waved his hand and pointed to the back of the hall. Number 1007's new friends. Congratulations to them for winning the last auction item. The moment his voice fell, everyone abruptly turned their gazes and fixed their gazes on the 4 people sitting alone in the corner of the hall. They were all stunned, and the same thought appeared in their minds at the same time. New faces that we've never seen before. Hey, I already said that there would be no problem with me making a move. You don't have to eat that badge now. We couldn't hold back the smile on his face. He grabbed Yun Nuashing's arm and shook his body hard. Yun Nuashing couldn't smile at all under the gaze of more than 10,000 people in the hall. His face was stiff and cold. Many people looked at his pair of black eyes curiously and shivered violently. They tactfully turned their eyes away and didn't dare to look at him for too long. Then, this time's small hall auction is completely over. Due to internal reasons of our Flawless Palace, the next small hall auction will be postponed from the original 2 days later to 5 days later. The situation of the other halls will also be postponed according to the time. If there is any inconvenience, please understand. As for the guests who participated in the auction, please complete the follow-up transactions within 2 days. Thank you for your support. See you next time. As soon as the auctioneer's voice fell, we stood up abruptly and dragged Yun Nuashing out of the hall like the wind. He shouted as he ran, afraid that the people in the hall couldn't hear him. Let's go. Hurry up and get the item. I can't hold it anymore. Jing Yuanji and Min looked at Yun Nuashing, who was pulled parallel to the ground, and couldn't help but sigh together. Looking at the expression on his face, they knew how embarrassed and ashamed he was. However, it wasn't easy to break free from the grip of a sunny, energetic, and action-oriented guy. When the 4 of them walked out of the hall, in the corner of the hall, a middle-aged man with his back against the wall stared at their departing figures. He frowned slightly and kicked his feet on the spot. His brows relaxed from time to time, as if he was thinking about something. After hesitating for about 5 minutes, He slowly took out a green talisman from his trouser pocket. A wisp of consciousness went into the talisman and said softly, "Brother Yu, it's me." "That's right, it's the same place. Bring more people. There's a big fish." The middle-aged man burned the green talisman paper and slowly walked around in the hall. He seemed to have inadvertently walked past the place where Yun Nuashing and the other three had sat. His fingers lightly brushed across the armrest of the chair. After a moment, his brows furrowed even more. He raised his head and looked at the people who were leaving the hall. He patted his plain and slightly wrinkled clothes and followed the people who were leaving the hall. Yun Nuashing and the other three, who were strolling around the flawless palace, didn't know that they were suddenly targeted. However, even if they knew, they wouldn't care at all. At most, they would say, "You have to control your strength when swatting flies. Don't tear down other people's cities." The origin coin that Hui had taken out earlier had attracted the attention of some people in the flawless palace. Regarding the arrival of the four of them, the flawless palace even sent an old man in the divine realm to welcome them. That enthusiasm, that greeting those two old men gathered together and chattered on. They talked about everything from the south to the north, as if they had become professional lecturers. They talked about everything they knew and didn't hold back. Yun Nuashing listened to Hui and the divine realm elder talk all the way. They talked about hundreds of thousands of words, but still didn't reach the inner chamber. Her face darkened. Oh, that's right. Saying that they were two old men wasn't tarnishing their brilliance. After all, this guy had lived for several eras like her. If one were to straighten out the course of their lives, they would be able to see the appearance and destruction of a world's light cluster countless times. Therefore, even if he was so young, so positive, and so talkative, this didn't stop Yun Nuashing from treating this guy as an old man. Because he was originally... Oh, by the way, she was almost the same as herself. After chattering for a long time, they finally reached the inner chamber. The divine realm elder noticed that Yun Nuashing looked as if she was about to vomit her soul out. He couldn't help but let out a dry laugh and didn't say anything else. He took out the black box and placed it on the table. He gently opened the box and revealed the white magnetite inside. "Mr. Hui, this is the white magnetite. You can examine it yourself," the divine realm elder said with a chuckle. Hui pretended to look at it and used his energy to scan it back and forth for a while. He nodded and said, "Yes, it's the same as what we saw at the beginning. There's no difference in energy." After that, he took out the huge coin and threw it to the elder. He put the box into his pocket and said, "By the way, does the flawless palace know where this white magnetite comes from? We urgently need some of it. The price is negotiable." The divine realm elder frowned and tried to recall, but he couldn't help but shake his head and said, "This white magnetite doesn't come from Wushang City. It's a mission given by the higher-ups when I returned to the headquarters last time. Originally, I wanted to put it up for auction in the main hall and sell it for a good price. I didn't expect it to go unsold, and it has gone unsold several times. Seeing that the mission was about to be completed, I went to the small hall to try my luck. Therefore, we don't know the origin of this thing." "Oh, that's fine." Hui let out a long sigh of relief and shrugged. "Then we'll have to look for it. But if you have more, please let us know. Whether it's clues or finished products, let us know. The price is negotiable. We'll be staying in the Eastern Buffer Zone for the next 2 days. If you have any questions, you can find us there." The divine realm elder smiled and nodded. The two of them looked at each other and started to talk again. If it wasn't for the fact that Yun Nuashing's aura was about to explode behind them, the two of them would have just stood there and talked. "You guys talk too much." After leaving the flawless palace, Yun Nuashing couldn't help but say something to Huey's face. "You're an outsider. You've talked about almost 1/10 of the history of the Cloud Continent with others." "Hey, it's just a chat." Hui chuckled and threw the box in his hand. He looked at it and stuffed it into Yun Nuashing's hands. "Isn't it because your 5th branch needs it?" Don't. My mouth is cheap. Don't hit me here." Hit me when we get back. Ow. A fist smashed a big bump on Huey's head. Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes. To hell with the fifth branch. Speaking of which, where did the fifth branch come from? What is this guy thinking about all day long? Casually opening the black box and taking out the white magnetite, Yun Nuashing placed it on her palm and looked at it carefully for a while. She opened her mouth and muttered. The energy of the origin, the power of laws, and the power of order are in a state of semi-fusion and entanglement. It's ownerless and unmarked. Although it's not a particularly powerful energy, this kind of natural semi-fusion state is indeed the type of energy she needs. She held the white magnetite up high and looked through it at the dark sky. There were only a few stars hanging in the sky. The moon was very small. It was only twice the size of a thumb in the sky, but the light was unusually bright. Girl, I'll leave it to you. After throwing the white magnetite into the spiritual world and handing it over to the little angel, Yun Nuashing breathed a sigh of relief. This is a good thing, but this amount is not enough. With your methods, you should be able to replicate a similar situation, right? Hui suddenly said, I can, but it's useless. It needs the kind of energy that is naturally formed. Yun Nuashing shook her head. I've thought about it a long time ago. Because I can't execute it, I haven't done it. If it were possible, do you think my expression would still be like this? The heavenly god of origin is indeed a kind of troublemaker in a sense. There are very few suitable conditions. The conditions for survival are very harsh. Even healing is much more troublesome than others. This kind of life form. Hui sighed and shook his head with his hands on his hips. It's not easy. It's not easy. It's not easy at all. Yun Nuashing tilted her head and looked away. It's easy for anyone to live in this world who hasn't used up all their strength to struggle bitterly in the general trend of the void, bitterly persevering, desperately fighting for their lives. Hui laughed when he heard that. That's true. After walking around the flawless palace, we bought some local snacks to shut Yun Nuashing's mouth and pulled him out of the quagmire of lamenting about suffering. When he was in a better mood, we led the way to the buffer zone. After wandering outside for half a night, it was time to go back. After all, it was a temporary place to stay. After walking through a street and turning a corner, the light in their eyes faded by half. In an instant, they had stepped from a bustling city into a scorched land that had been tortured by war. The bright moonlight looked even more dazzling than before. The night was even quieter. The place across the street was the eternal night of Wushang City. At this moment, they only felt a sense of desolation and silence. The existence of this place is really too different, we muttered. When they came during the day, it was still okay. At most, there were dilapidated buildings. The once beautiful things were all buried in dust. Once night fell, the scene here became a little strange. On one side was a bustling area that was brightly lit, and on the other side was a dark and lonely ruin filled with the aura of war. Moreover, it was the ruin of the city. Yun Nuashing frowned and suddenly took a step forward. It's so late. Why aren't you sleeping? What are you wandering outside for? Hui and the others turned their gazes. A figure emerged from the darkness at the corner of the wall. The moonlight illuminated his face. It was the young man they saw during the day. At this moment, he was running over nervously. His head was covered in sweat, and his breathing was heavy. The young man ran in front of them and panted for a while before he spoke. Brother Hui, you should leave here quickly. There's no time to talk. Let's go. Lu Qing looked terrified and hurriedly pushed Hui and Yun Nuashing to turn around. Hey, what's the hurry? They're all here. No matter what, we have to let them show their faces, right? Hui waved his hand casually and grabbed Lu Qing's little arm and sent him to Jing Yuanji. Watch this little brat. Lu Qing was stunned for a moment and hurriedly said, No, you should leave quickly. There are many people. Leave. What do you mean leave? You're already here. Do you still want to leave? A sneer suddenly sounded in the darkness, causing Lu Qing's face to turn pale. Yun Nuoxing let out a long sigh of relief. Her face was gloomy and troubled. They could cause trouble just by going out for a walk. It was the victory of the two troublemakers. As early as when they turned the corner and stepped into this dim place, they felt that the atmosphere was a little strange. The reason why they stopped there and sighed that the moonlight was good was not because they really wanted to see the night scene here, but because they wanted to see how long those guys could squat there. They didn't expect Lu Qing to appear at this moment. Under the illumination of the moonlight, the dark and dilapidated street was stirred up by the rapid footsteps. A large group of people holding large sabers and weapons suddenly appeared from all directions on the street that was empty just now. They seemed to have been invisible just now. Before Lu Qing could react, he found that the passageways on all sides were blocked by people. This little bit of darkness did not hinder Yun Nuoxing and the others at all. He could clearly see that some people had jumped out of the windows of the houses, drilled out from the ground, and rolled out from the corners of the street. They were like a group of divine soldiers that had descended from the sky and surrounded the place so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. The leader was a strong, balding man with a naked upper body. His left and right arms were tattooed with a strange fish and a strange dragon. His 8 abdominal muscles were abnormally dazzling. The sneer, just now, seemed to have come from his mouth. He waved the big knife in his hand that was half the size of a man. The fierce wind of the knife scraped a few scars on the ground. 2 sides of the dilapidated wall fell down at this moment. "This road is mine, cough, cough." The strong man with the big knife choked as soon as he opened his mouth. Yun Nuoxing and Huey's faces darkened. This guy really knew how to ruin the atmosphere. The moonless and windy night of killing and robbing changed the atmosphere abruptly. "Kid, I heard that you're very rich. Our brothers are a little short on money recently. Why don't you lend us some money to spend?" The strong man with the big knife walked towards Yun Nuoxing and Hui with a sinister smile. As he laughed, he showed off his hard muscles. Jing, Yuanji, and Min, who were behind the two of them, showed a disgusted expression. Min made a strange sound and suddenly said in a low voice, "Does anyone care about killing people in Wushang City?" Lu Qing was shocked when he heard this. No, there are Tianjun guards watching over them. Moreover, you two and the others are related to Tianjun guards. You guys hurry up and leave." Min didn't hide his voice at all. The strong man with the big knife heard every word. Instantly, his face turned red and he couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Haha, little ones, did you hear that? This little girl said she wants to kill us." "Ha!" as expected of a group of ignorant people from other cities. This is Brother Yu's territory. There are still people who dare to not give Brother Yu face. Someone on the side laughed softly. "Hee, these 2 girls look pretty good. Brother Yu, why don't we wait?" The strong man with the big knife patted his chest and laughed loudly. The big knife in his hand pointed forward. At this moment, he felt like an energetic general. "Leave the men and take the women away. Little ones, follow me. Flatten them. Kill." The sound of weapons clashing together and the smell of blood suddenly spread through the entire street. Lu Qing's face turned pale with fright. After a scream, he hurriedly hugged his head and squatted down. His hands covered his ears tightly. His little face was pale with fright. Just as he was waiting for some bloody and cruel things to happen, his ears suddenly caught some sounds. There were roars, screams, and the sound of weapons falling to the ground. It sounded a little strange. Moreover, it didn't last for more than a few seconds before the entire street fell silent. The young boy was stunned for a while. He slowly opened his eyes a little and was stunned. There was a group of people lying on the street, and there were 2 or 3 guys hanging upside down on the wall with their eyes rolled back. Their breaths were gradually increasing, and their breaths were decreasing. It looked like they were going to die soon. Brother Yu was lying on the ground beside him like a scallion, and his body was stiff. "Ouch!" hissed Brother Yu. Tough guy. Tough guy! Tough guy! Accompanied by a few wails and hisses in the night, it looked very unreal. Lu Qing was dumbfounded. Then he looked at Yun Nuashing and the other three, who were clapping their hands as if they had just beaten someone up. He was even more stunned. What the hell? I haven't been robbed in so many years. Hui grinned and kicked Brother Yu's stiff body twice. Well, I'm too lazy to ask who sent you. I'll spare your life. Be careful when you go out in the future. Yun Nuashing stretched and yawned. Let's go and rest for a while. Let them leave by themselves. The place where we rest can't see blood. Hui shrugged. Yun Nuashing turned around and took Lu Qing, who was still in a daze. The group took 2 steps and was about to leave. Yun Nuashing suddenly stopped and slowly turned her head to look behind. I say, are you guys done yet? Swoosh! A figure quickly appeared in the darkness and jumped onto a wooden stick on the tallest wreckage. He looked down at Yun Nuashing and the others. The person was wearing a silver mask and a black cloak. His figure and face could not be seen. Only a pair of black eyes could be seen from under the mask. He stared at the 4 of them with a hint of evilness. Hee, you guys are so excited just by cleaning up a few pieces of trash. This Wushang city is indeed a garbage city at the border. Yun Nuashing and Hui looked at each other and rolled their eyes. The former muttered in their souls, Shark? Don't worry, let's watch his performance. Hui laughed and shook his head. It's not easy to make an appearance. At least say a few lines for others, right? Chapter 1586. At night, in a corner of Wushang City, in a dark place where the lights could not cover, the moonlight shone down on this street filled with traces of history. A man wearing a black cloak and a silver mask looked down at the messy street below with interest. His eyes wandered around Yun Nuashing and Yun Nuashing. After a while, he made an inexplicable sound and raised his left hand to snap his fingers. The crisp sound resounded on the street. Suddenly, a dozen black shadows flashed out from the dark street. They were also dressed in black and had bronze masks on their faces. They stood in all directions and looked down at the 4 people below. Their bodies were surging with energy, and they were already prepared for battle. Is it your style to instruct them to come and die one by one? Hui looked at the black shadows around him and waved his hand casually. Your condescending gaze is really interesting. Humph, what's wrong with letting trash deal with trash? Now is the only time you can talk. The silver-masked man snorted and waved his hand. Ling Junshi, set up the formation and kill them, but don't kill them all at once. Leave them with one last breath. I want to properly greet our new friends. Hearing the silver-masked man shout, the dozen or so black figures standing in all directions rushed out without any hesitation. Their energy was connected to each other, and the entire space was completely covered by their energy, following which waves of energy surged and exploded. Dozens of majestic and vast energy shot out like dazzling moonlight, landing on the street in a short moment. The intense energy was instantly detonated, and a scorching wave of air surged towards the area of Wushang City that was covered by the lights. However, before it could escape this dark area, it was blocked by an energy barrier. The silver-masked man looked down, and a silver light flashed across his black eyes. When he sensed that there was no life on the street, he sneered and jumped down from the high place. He walked casually on the broken buildings. You talk big. That's all you have. Although I was told not to make too much noise, I can still seal this place as I please. What's the use of this abandoned place? The clouds and energy that surrounded the entire street suddenly showed a strange movement, startling the silver-masked man. There seemed to be something moving rapidly in the darkness, causing him to be in a trance for a moment. Then a huge pressure came from behind him, causing him to laugh in a low voice. That's interesting. Huey's figure slowly appeared in the dark, and the dark red energy on his body gradually dissipated. He held a huge golden sword against the silver masked man's neck, and his other hand was still picking his nails out of boredom. He said casually, "Who are you, and why are you looking for us? Please answer me seriously, or I can't guarantee that the guy in my hand won't tremble slightly." The silver-masked man froze for a moment, then suddenly grinned coldly. "You want to kill me? Huh, I'll give you the courage and opportunity to do so. You don't have the right to know who I am. Put down the weapon in your hand, and I can still give you a quick death." Plop! There was a sound of a heavy object falling to the ground in the dilapidated building. Hui and the silver-masked man both turned their eyes and saw a black shadow on the ground in front of them. His clothes were tattered, and there were still bronze fragments on his ferocious and fearful face. It was Ling Junshi who had just been called out by the silver-masked man. There are many people in this world who feel good about themselves. The silver-masked man's expression was cold. He raised his head and looked towards the source of the voice. He saw Yun Nuashing standing at a high place with 3 lifeless figures in his hands. Fresh blood flowed out from the 3 Ling Jun soldiers in his hands and dripped onto the street below. Yun Nuashing looked at him and casually threw the 3 corpses away. The black-robed men who were standing in all directions were all gone now. But you are the first one who thinks so highly of yourself and still act so arrogantly. You are the first one who has refreshed my understanding once again. Bastard! You dare to kill Ling Junshi! The silver-masked man shouted angrily. There was an evil light in his eyes that was exposed under the mask. He laughed sinisterly. Interesting, interesting. I, the Tianjin Guard, have never seen such a presumptuous person. I wanted to walk around and tease you, but now I've changed my mind. I'm going to kill you all. Ding! A wild roar of energy erupted from the silver-masked man's body. Monstrous energy burst forth, and a powerful energy pressure descended from the sky, causing the dilapidated buildings to collapse in an instant, turning into billowing dust that was swept into the air by the energy pressure. Huh! The silver-masked man was stunned for a moment. Hui stood behind him without any injuries. He held the golden sword horizontally. His expression was calm and strange. His golden eyes were filled with ridicule and mockery, as if he was mocking the silver-masked man for overestimating himself. A person who hasn't even reached the heavenly god realm is threatening our Hui. Hui chuckled to Yun Nuashing in his soul. Yun Nuashing sat in the air with her legs crossed. She looked bored. What a clown! But this show is really good. It alleviates the boredom of the night. I should be able to sleep well tonight. How do we deal with it? Up to you. You've been in trouble after coming to the Cloud Continent. You've been banished and ridiculed. If it was me, I wouldn't be able to bear it and kill him. Yun Nuashing curled her lips. Oh, that seems to make sense. Hui nodded. He lowered the sword that was pressing on the silver-masked man's neck and slashed across. Then please close your eyes in peace. Dark red blood spurted out from his throat, causing the silver-masked man to be both shocked and angry. The intense pain made his face even more ferocious. His throat was a fatal wound for ordinary people, but it was only a relatively serious injury for him. He roared angrily and broke free from Huey's grip. He flew backwards and stood at the highest point of the ruins. His eyes were filled with blood-red irritation as he stared at Yun Nuashing and the others. His breathing gradually became heavier. We couldn't help but be stunned when he saw the silver-masked man escape from his hands. Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes. It was fine if this guy wasn't serious, but now he even underestimated the enemy and let them escape. If this matter was spread back to the God Realm, it would probably be sung for dozens of eras. The silver-masked man wiped his burning throat. The intense pain caused his expression to gradually become irritable. He looked at his blood-stained palm, and a few sinister laughs came from under the mask. His blood-stained hand trembled as he touched the mask. The veins on his hand bulged, and a few fingerprints inadvertently appeared on the mask. He slowly took off the silver mask, revealing a relatively young face that was engraved with evil and ferocious marks. Ha! Ha! Ignorant ants! How dare you hurt this Tianjun guard? Unforgivable! A crazed expression appeared on the silver-masked man's sinister face. He suddenly took out a golden token from his bosom. The word Tian was engraved on the token. He raised the token, poured all his energy into it, and roared towards the sky. The Tianjun token is here. All the Tianjun guards within a radius of 1,000,000 miles come to help. Help your mother. Scram! The golden token was still charging, but before it could be released, Yun Nuoxing's figure suddenly appeared in front of him. 1,000,000 tiny formations flashed in the air around her right hand, and a punch that contained enough energy to shatter the void was thrown at the silver-masked man. The silver-masked man was blasted out of Wushang City like a meteor in the night sky. He disappeared into the night sky in an instant, and he didn't even have time to scream. Yun Nuoxing clapped her hands, rolled her eyes, and snorted disdainfully. That self-righteous bastard is so annoying. There's no end to it. Who does he think he is? Min's figure appeared out of thin air. She had been suppressing all the energy in the area just now to avoid causing more trouble. After she appeared, she glanced in the direction where the silver-masked man disappeared and frowned. Crazy strange, but he doesn't seem to be dead. Do you want me to take care of him? He's not dead. Yun Nuoxing was stunned when he heard that. He was not like Hui, who was careless and let people escape. It would not be a problem for him to smash the entire world of light into 10,000 pieces with that punch. That guy actually did not die. It seems that the Tianjun guards in his hand saved his life. But after taking Maple's punch, even if he doesn't die, he's definitely crippled. The element of extinction is enough to make him spend the rest of his life regretting it the most. Hui said unhurriedly and suddenly paused, or perhaps the most violent time. Yun Nuoxing rolled her eyes and looked at him. What are the Tianjun guards and the Lingjun guards? Have you heard of them? Hui. I'm not sure about that. After all, he was done by someone not long ago. But listening to his mouth full of nonsense, it should be something special, something very... That I actually know. A weak voice came from the side. Yun Nuoxing and the others turned around and saw Jing Yuanji pulling Lu Qing out of a space at the side. At this moment, the young boy was carefully holding onto Jing Yuanji's sleeve. His pale little face was filled with excitement. The scene just now had really frightened him. On the other hand, he was also very excited as he watched, and his blood was boiling. The Tianjun guards. I heard from Uncle before that there is a very large force on the Cloud Continent. The people in it are all experts under 10,000 people. They don't seem to be directly involved in the management of cities or regions, but the power they have allows them to freely interfere in the matters of every place. They guide the world. Among them, the Tianjun guards are just like those soldiers at night. The young boy suddenly stammered as he spoke. He bounced on the spot with a troubled look on his face. Yun Nuoxing and Hui looked at each other. From just a few words, they guessed this so-called Tianjun guards. Could it be the guys who float around and patrol the Grey Lands and other places? Yes, that's more or less it. The young boy nodded excitedly, but then frowned. But none of these places actually belong to them. It doesn't feel right to call it a patrol. Yun Nuoxing spread out his hands. To put it bluntly, they were just a group of people who relied on their family's power and influence to do whatever they wanted. They did whatever they wanted, 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 did whatever this kind of trash still dares to boast about guiding the world. If this cloud continent really let this kind of trash lead the way, then it would really be cold. Should I help send them on their way? Although this wasn't the world of the gods, this place wasn't as big as the world of the gods. It wasn't that powerful either. If he wanted to burn this place down, it wouldn't take much effort. Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes and lazily turned to look at Hui. Seeing his strange expression, she was stunned. What's wrong? Did you remember the scene when you were kicked out last time? She was just casually saying it. Who knew that Hui would actually nod with a thoughtful look? After thinking for a while, he suddenly punched his palm. Ah, I remember now. Remember what? Hui suddenly put on an expression of great bitterness and hatred as he stared in the direction where the silver-masked man had been sent flying. He sighed deeply and suddenly entered a gloomy mode as he poured out his grievances to them. Feng, listen to me. I'm really wronged. Last time, it seemed that it was these shitty Tianjun guard people who caused trouble. They caused me to flee in all directions and run further and further away. In the end, the commotion became louder and louder. It seems that it was their people who roared those words before I was forced out. Yun Nuashing was stunned when he heard that. How can you forget something like that? I don't hear them talk about the Tianjun guards the most. It's weird. I heard them call it the Jun King guards last time. How did it suddenly become the Tianjun guards? Hui muttered with a face full of hidden bitterness. I might have remembered the name wrong, but I definitely didn't forget the aura and the clothes just now. Lu Qing pulled Yun Nuashing's sleeve and said softly, Big brother, that seems to be a classification. From bottom to top they are Lingjun guards, Tianjun guards, Lingzun guards, Jun King guards. It seems to be like that. I don't really remember. Oh, so it's like that. Yun Nuashing and Hui knocked their palms together and looked at each other. They rolled their eyes. Lingjun guards were a group of initial god realm cultivators. Tianjun guards. Well, they didn't understand the situation. The silver-masked man definitely wasn't a god realm cultivator. However, they didn't carefully sense it. The actual situation might be the lower 3 realms of the rebirth realm. In this way, Lingzun guards should be around the god realm. Jun King guards. If the young man didn't remember wrongly, this was the top level. Calculating the realms of the cloud continent, there should at least be people in the origin realm. As for what was above, they didn't know. What's the name of that force? Hui asked. I don't know. The outside world is so far away. The young man shook his head blankly. In his short life of 14 years, he had never left Wushang City. Unless something unexpected happened, he wouldn't leave Wushang City. He wouldn't leave this buffer zone. Maybe it would be the same in the future. However, whether it was a name or not, there weren't many people in the cloud continent who had the power to do such a thing. If it wasn't one, then it would be more than 10. However, those people were probably very difficult to come into contact with in Yinduan City. As for how that group of initial god realm cultivators hooked up with the Tianjun guards, God knows what happened in between. Yun Nuashing was too lazy to understand. He only cared about what had happened. He raised his chin at Hui. What do you say? Go and destroy them? As he spoke, his expression instantly turned abnormally sinister. It's fine if we lose in a head-on battle, but these kinds of people who play dirty tricks behind our backs, if we provoke them, we'll kill them all. We'll make sure they die as miserably as possible." Hui shuddered. He wasn't surprised at all. If he nodded at this moment, the entire cloud continent would be swept up in a storm that hadn't been seen in hundreds of millions of years. This time, it wasn't a weakling like him who carried the shield. Maple was a one-man army, a berserker known as the incarnation of the gods. He was a tyrant of a generation. It was only a matter of time before he wiped out the entire cloud continent. Although it wasn't to the extent where they would fight to the death, it was just a precaution. Last time, they had provoked an army of 80,000. This time, they didn't come with good intentions. God knows what would happen this time. We glanced at Yun Nuashing and couldn't help but smile bitterly when he saw his lazy appearance. Maybe nothing would happen. After casually tidying up the streets that were so tattered that they could no longer walk after a battle, Yun Nuashing even spent a little effort to repair them. They looked neither new nor old, but they were a little tidier. At least, there would not be half of the streets with bricks and half of the streets with bare ground. Let's go back and rest. Yun Nuashing stretched. Jing Yuanji looked up at the sky thoughtfully. I feel like something's not right today. Speaking of which, how do we get targeted? Whether it's that group of beginner god-tier hooligans or this inexplicable Tianjin guard, the latter two are together. We haven't seen any of them before. Yun Nuashing glanced at Hui, whose forehead was covered in cold sweat. He rolled his eyes and said, "Didn't we go to the auction house and buy something extravagantly? We were targeted or something. After all, you said that it's easy for something to go wrong when the two of us are together." Oh, Lu Qing had been silent since he finished speaking. At this moment, he suddenly became spirited. He pulled Huey's sleeve and said, "Why don't I change the place for you?" The four of them were slightly stunned. Hui patted the young man's head in confusion and squatted down to look him in the eye. "Why?" Lu Qing's eyes turned. His big black eyes were clear and clean, but contained a little complex emotion. He just shook his head and lowered his head without saying anything, which made Yun Nuashing and the others a little confused. "Oh, no, nothing. You can defeat that bad guy. You're so powerful. It should be fine." Lu Qing suddenly shook his head and raised his head to smile at them. This made Yun Nuashing and the others even more confused. They wanted to ask something, but the young man had already walked straight ahead. The four of them looked at each other. Then Hui shrugged and followed him. The young man seemed to know something, but since he didn't say anything, they didn't ask much. Anyway, there was nothing here that could threaten them. On the gray land in the Thousand Ravine City, which was 1,000,000 miles away from Wushang City, an extremely dazzling light suddenly lit up in the sky. It seemed to be wrapped in a powerful energy. It was like a bolt of lightning flashing across the sky, making a rumbling sound. After attracting the attention of countless people in the Thousand Ravine City, it heavily smashed into the outside of the city. The huge impact penetrated the ground, creating a huge crater that was 100,000 feet wide. Dust and stones flew all over the sky. The people near the city walls were all showered with sand and sand. What the hell is that? The people in the Thousand Ravine City who observed the situation all rushed out of the city. However, before they could run out of the city, a group of people suddenly rushed out of the city. A group of people wearing black robes and masks rushed out of the city in a hurry. "The Tianjin Guard is on duty. Idlers disperse." The voice that resounded in the air stunned everyone for a moment. They stopped their footsteps outside the city. Someone sneered disdainfully and turned back while cursing. This group of people is really domineering. The reputation of the Tianjin Guard has been stinking all these years. "Shit, do you want to die?" There is a spirit lord envoy in the city. "I just want to say a few words." Outside the city, a half-bloodied figure staggered up from the ground in the crater. He held a half-broken golden token in his hand. His black eyes couldn't hide the hatred and anger in them. Damn trash, damn it. I want you to die a horrible death. Blood for blood. Wushang City. I want the entire Wushang City to be buried with me." The silver-masked man's resentful voice echoed in the wilderness. His body couldn't help but tremble because of his excessive anger. He suddenly raised his head and looked into the distance. His low murmur was mixed with the voice of a heavily injured demon. "Thousand Ravines City. Thousand Ravines City. Haha, envoy, as long as you tell them that the people of that race have appeared. Wushang City will be destroyed. Ha! Ha ha!" Chapter 1587. The wind that blew into Wushang City carried the unique fragrance of the grassland, accompanied by a little bit of the smell of soil that blew through the entire city. The sun poured down on the ruined land, covered in dust in the east. The people who lived in every corner were stimulated by the sunlight at the same time and woke up at the same time. They complained to the sunlight that was reflected in their eyes without any obstruction. After exhaling a mouthful of foul air, they lazily stood up from the floor or wooden planks and busied themselves with the livelihood of the day. Yun Nuashing and the others had seen many lives like this living in the barren and dilapidated land of war, but those they had seen were some high-level lives. The number of times they stood at the bottom of the hierarchy to see ordinary lives was not many. Yun Nuashing lowered his head. Around the dilapidated house, there was an open space that was equally clean and tidy. It was used as a courtyard. We did it because he had nothing to do. After that guy came back last night, he didn't sleep and tidied up the courtyard for half a day. Well, he even dragged Yun Nuashing along. Living beings like them didn't need much rest, but he also, well, he just wanted to find a place to lie down lazily for a while. He hadn't rested for 1 or 2 months. As for the 2 girls, they were still resting in his spiritual world, messing around with Siyu and Qing Huang in that spiritual world. These girls really treated his spiritual world as a hotel. Bah! From the looks of it, they probably treated it as a holiday resort. There was a row of 2-meter-high walls erected in the courtyard, and there were holes in them. The materials were all picked up on the spot and were too lazy to repair them. Lu Qing, the young boy, was cultivating in the courtyard. At this moment, he seemed to be practicing a set of palm techniques. As he practiced, he suddenly picked up a stick and practiced a stick technique. After a while, it turned into a fist technique. He was stunned. Hui, who was watching from below, was also stunned. These moves looked quite ordinary. Well, they were probably not bad at Lu Qing's level. But for some reason, he could only perform 1.5 moves in each set, and the places where he stopped were exceptionally rusty and stiff. Yun Nuashing faced the morning sun and yawned lazily, lying on the fence of a 3-meter-high, dilapidated building next to the courtyard wall. Hui woke up this morning and found the young boy cultivating, so he was very interested in him and dragged him back. Now, it seemed that he was going to teach the young boy. Yun Nuashing's lazy gaze suddenly shifted to another direction. She glanced at the camp where the young boy lived and narrowed her eyes slightly. Lu Qing's uncle looked down at the courtyard below with an unnatural expression. His eyes were drifting and cold sweat was dripping down his forehead. He looked like he had a guilty conscience. Forget it. Who cares so much about him? Yun Nuashing casually mumbled, then yawned and stretched. She retracted her sweeping gaze and said to Hui, "The things that this child cultivates are scattered. I reckon that he picked up some random things in this place. He is probably self-taught. If you want to teach him something, you have to go through all these from the beginning." Hey, don't worry. Hui put his hands behind his back and gave a thumbs up in Yun Nuashing's direction. He walked forward and clapped his hands to make Lu Qing stop. All right. You should stop cultivating blindly. Starting without any pattern and continuing without any pattern is not good. Compared to cultivating, you should first think about why you are cultivating. Yun Nuashing staggered and almost fell down from upstairs. Her face darkened. She thought to herself, "You're really just going to go through everything from the beginning. Why are you talking about logic?" There was nothing special about Lu Qing. In their cognition and view, there was nothing special about him compared to other children of the same age. If they had to say something, he was a good seedling. However, he and Hui basically only followed the word fate when judging people. Things like talent were innate and could be changed after birth. It was not the most important thing. It was a kind of fate that they met the young boy in this broken place. That was why Hui was so interested in teaching him. After talking with Lu Qing for a while, Hui began to show him some of the techniques and tricks that belonged to the former and their realm of cultivation. Yun Nuoxing's face turned red when she saw this. The dignified Lord Guardian of the Celestial Realm was now showing a young boy how to cultivate by setting himself as an example. Why did it feel a little funny? What are you laughing at? You come down too. When Hui heard Yun Nuoxing's laughter, he immediately grimaced and reached out to drag down the Lord Observer, who was hiding on the second floor. Yun Nuoxing rolled her eyes and landed on the ground. She glanced at Lu Qing, who was looking at her curiously, shrugged, put on a serious expression, and said in a deep voice, "Cultivate your heart first. Don't be impatient. You just have to listen to this guy. There's nothing nice to listen to me. You bastard. You're always slacking off when you open your mouth." Hui put his hands on his hips and glared at him. When he saw someone looking at him with disdain, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He shook his head and waved his hand. Forget it. I won't force you. You can go and rest by yourself. Hey, our paths are different. He's a child. It's better to go up in the sun. Don't get those things on me. So, you, the guardian, are more suitable to teach him. Hui thought for a while and nodded. That's true. Yun Nuoxing stretched his back and returned to his seat on the second floor. He watched as Hui began to guide Lu Qing's cultivation, starting from the most basic point, which made his expression a little strange. The guardian of the realm of the gods, the primeval heavenly god, imparted his experience to a 14 or 15-year-old kid. Could this Lu Qing be the point of entanglement of the laws of the cloud continent? This kind of special treatment was probably not available in the entire 8 elements realm. He watched the two interact with each other for an hour in boredom. For the time being, he didn't notice anything wrong. However, the only thing that worried him was that they were using the realm of the gods method. He didn't know if there would be any problems if a child in the cloud continent used the realm of the gods method to cultivate. Besides this problem, Hui gave Lu Qing some pointers and personally demonstrated it to him. It made him feel enlightened and enlightened. I'm so bored. I'm going out for a walk. Yun Nuoxing yawned again. He didn't know how many times he had yawned so early in the morning. He left Hui a message and floated away, heading to other places in Wushang City. Early in the morning, Wushang City was full of vitality, but it wasn't so lively that it reached Superman's ears. Casually spreading out his soul, he clearly took in the situation within a 10-mile radius in his mind. Listening to the sounds of vitality in the morning, he could also feel that many people were taking advantage of this early morning to get up and cultivate seriously. There were no less than 100 people in the 10-mile radius who were in a state of cultivation. Young friend, please wait. The faint voice had a hint of doubt. The moment it entered Yun Nuoxing's ears, his face twitched. He subconsciously thought that someone had come looking for trouble, so he lazily turned around. An old man with white hair and a beard that reached his waist was standing 2 meters behind him. Stroking his beard, the old man's face was slightly wrinkled as he looked at him. Seeing him turn around, the old man couldn't help but smile faintly. It's not a good habit to recklessly release your soul to spy on your surroundings in Wushang City. Yun Nuoxing yawned and lazily waved his hand in response. I'm just experiencing and observing life. I don't have much interest in these worldly matters. Of course, if you don't like it, I'll take it back. As Yun Nuoxing spoke, he let the power of his soul slip into the void. He had just released his soul casually, which was why he had been discovered. Oh, but normal people shouldn't have been able to discover the power of a soul. This person in front of him. So he was one of the 3 origin realm cultivators guarding Wushang City. See, I took it back. Yun Nuoxing shrugged. Seeing this, the old man smiled faintly. Thank you for your cooperation, young miss. I'm just worried about the safety of Wushang City. After all, it hasn't been peaceful recently. Being mistaken for a girl again, Yun Nuoxing's face twitched. Since he didn't directly come into contact with him and didn't directly probe his energy, or if he didn't expose himself, no one would think he was a man. He couldn't be bothered to correct this. Well, it's fine as long as you understand. Oh, right, is there anywhere fun in Wushang City? Oh, speaking of which, I have to bring breakfast back. Are there any good shops or stalls nearby? This time, it was the old man's turn to be surprised. He looked at Yun Nuoxing with a strange expression and smiled faintly. He raised his hand and pointed to the north. Go from here all the way to the north. There's a pretty good shop. You'll know when you get there. As for fun places, I'm not too sure. All right. Yun Nuoxing waved her hand and yawned. She turned around and walked towards the direction the old man pointed. Then I'll be going. Oh, when you pass by the city, pay attention to that place. You walk so fast. Before the old man finished speaking, Yun Nuoxing had already walked far away. She even waved at him to show that she heard him clearly. His expression was a little strange. When Yun Nuoxing disappeared into the crowd, he turned around and walked towards the other end of the street. His soul energy spread out and connected with two other soul energies in another strange space. How was it? What was the result of the contact? What did they come to Wushang City for? In the empty space, a young man's strong voice suddenly echoed, causing the space to tremble. The old man replied softly, "From the looks of it, to experience life. They came here to play?" The space was silent for a while. The young man said in disbelief, "That's it? You didn't just say a few words and ran away, right?" The old man rolled his eyes. Before he could say anything, another clear female voice rang out. "That person's realm is higher than ours. Rashly asking about her will only lead to disaster. It's good enough that we were able to talk to her. At least she's not someone we can't talk to." "All right. How do you know that she came here to experience life? Do people still cultivate their hearts in the mortal world these days? Is there a need to do that at this realm?" The old man said she said it herself. "Have you ever seen someone at this realm ask me, 'Where's the food?' or 'Where's the fun?'" The other two soul energies in the space trembled. After a moment of silence, they said in unison, "That's really hard to imagine." The young man's voice rumbled for a while before he said, "Let's ignore her for now. For the time being, list her as someone who's not a threat to Wushang City. Just let people pay attention to her whereabouts. Then, what about the situation with the Sovereign King's Hall? Let them be. Wushang City is currently fighting with the other side. They don't have the energy to get involved in this kind of conflict. However, since they've already expressed that they won't cause trouble in the city, they won't do anything too ostentatious. We just need to remain neutral. After all, their people won't arrive so soon. The people standing here right now can't do anything to her." The old man nodded. "Then let's do that." With that, the conversation between the three reciprocity cultivators of Wushang City slowly came to an end. The space that had been temporarily constructed collapsed. On the other side, Yun Nuoxing, who had been wandering aimlessly through the streets, was currently wandering around in a dark alley. As she made her way towards the center of the city, the old man's words had caught her attention. She had nothing to do anyway, so she decided to take a detour. Her eyes were closed as she staggered along like a drunk woman. Pa! Just as he turned a corner, an iron rod slammed into the wall, and a huge figure blocked his way. He couldn't help but open his eyes and saw 2 or 3 people looking at him with evil intentions. The tall and strong man in the lead had a lewd smile on his face. "Hey, little girl, accompany this young master." The lackey behind him was stunned when he saw Yun Nuoxing open her eyes. He quickly grabbed his boss's hand. Wait, boss, this person." He whispered a few words into the man's ear. The other two's expressions changed at the same time. He continued to whisper, "We can't afford to offend her. We can't afford to offend her. Let's go! The burly man stared at his lackey as if to say, Are you serious? After receiving a complete confirmation, his face became even paler. Accompany you for what? Yun Nuashing yawned lazily. Just her tone alone made the three of them tremble. Hee, big sister, you see, this place is not safe. Do you want me to accompany you for a while? The burly man nodded and laughed dryly. He then carefully looked at Yun Nuashing's face, that face that did not belong to the human world, and that lazy expression. There was no mistaking it. He saw her just half an hour ago. It was really strange. He had just started work early in the morning, and he was already so unlucky. How did he meet this kind of person? No need. Let's go. After replying lazily, Yun Nuashing walked to the side and continued to walk forward. Thanks to the three of them, her laziness was completely gone this time. She took a deep breath and forced herself to wake up from her drowsy state. She's so crazy. Don't tell me that something troublesome has happened again. There were quite a lot of people in the city, but it was not to the point of a sea of people. It could only be said that there were a little too many people, and it was a little crowded. The people who stopped here were a little emotional. Something big must have happened that could cause everyone to resonate. He also went over to take a look out of curiosity. In the center of the crowd, there was a group of people wearing black clothes and black cloaks. Their clothes and decorations reminded him of the group of arrogant people last night. Except for the fact that they did not wear masks, everything else was the same. Looking at their aggressive and malicious appearance, there was a 2-meter-tall flag next to them. It was as if they were putting up the results of an examination. The flag was engraved with a golden temple, and there was a strange majesty coming from the flag. Just this presence and the faint pressure from the flag made the surrounding onlookers not dare to get too close. However, the flag was not what these people were paying attention to. What they were really paying attention to was a black talisman floating next to the black-robed people. The talisman projected 2 lifelike figures in midair. At first glance, Yun Nuashing almost spat out blood. It was him and Hui. It seems that the rules and concepts were not pressed into nothingness last night. Something was left behind. Yun Nuashing muttered and frowned. It doesn't seem like it. From last night until this morning, there was no high-energy life near that place. Could it be that guy? The guy who was thrown out of Wushang City last night didn't seem to be dead. Not only did he not die, but he also brought some trouble to them. The people who were guarding this place were only at the initial god level, probably a group of Lingjun warriors. Boring guy. He really left himself some trouble by not killing him. Yun Nuashing let out a long sigh. Suddenly, he was no longer in the mood to stroll around. He turned around and was about to go back to Hui to discuss how to kill this group of fools. Suddenly, he stopped and his soul spread out in all directions. I don't know how these 2 young people offended the people of the king's palace. They came all the way here to Wushang City to catch them. Who knows if they offended others, or if others offended them? Who has the time to care about them? I think they've kicked an iron plate. Now they're here to do something. Lower your voice. Be careful of the shameless people of the king's palace. They've done this many times. A few years ago in the Cloud Continent, didn't they? Cough, cough. It's that incident. That's a big incident. It brought a lot of pressure to the people above. Didn't the king's palace keep a low profile for a while after that? Why now? It's easy to change mountains and rivers, but it's hard to change one's nature. After all, they're all forces of the same level. No one is willing to submit to anyone. In recent years, the ice domain has not cared much about the matters below. They only pay attention to the situation of that clan. The Cloud Continent is stable, but some things we don't have the right to discuss such a big matter. Don't look at how young these 2 are. If the king's palace can use this supreme spirit token, they're probably not to be trifled with. However, they haven't made a move yet. I'm afraid there's something we don't know about. After listening to these words, Yun Nuashing shook her head and left the place. She returned to the buffer zone and told Hui what she said. As expected, there was no reaction. We'll deal with it when the time comes. It's not the first time we've caused trouble anyway. Hui showed a silly smile and scratched his head. Why don't we teach little Lu Qing a lesson? What do you think? Yun Nuashing raised her head and looked at him. She crossed her arms and leaned against the wall. I haven't thought about it. Since you're here to cause trouble, why don't we just— A cold light flashed in the air in front of her, causing the young boy to tremble. Hui looked as if he had expected this. He squatted down and looked at Lu Qing. He then looked at Yun Nuashing, who didn't seem to care. He suddenly stood up, clenched his hands, and sighed. All right, let's go, my Lord Observer. Let's fight and let those bastards know their place. Yun Nuashing looked at him with a strange expression. Wasn't he the one who came here to cause trouble? How should I put it? Forget it. Since he's here to cause trouble, then let's do something serious. Chapter 1588. Today, the atmosphere in Wushang City was a little strange. The people were a little restless. The arrival of the King's Palace's Spirit June token was one of the reasons for the panic. As for the second reason, it was said that the targets they were looking for were two rather powerful people who had come to Wushang City. No one knew how they had offended the King's Palace. Although they knew that the King's Palace's target was not any of the forces in the city. But the two outsiders, the nervousness and fear did not lessen at all. To be able to offend the King's Palace and make them use the Spirit June token to seal and deal with them. They were obviously not simple people. When the time came, the two of them would probably fight to the extent of destroying the heavens and earth. Furthermore, Wushang City was still in a state of battle. If someone took advantage of the situation and entered, it would be even more troublesome. The people who had gathered in the center of the city had already dispersed. Everyone went back to their homes and closed their doors and windows tightly. It was like the calm before a storm. At this moment, Wushang City had fallen into a strange silence. However, there were still some people who liked to watch the show, hiding in the dark and watching the people from the King's Palace. They would occasionally look up at the blood-red light in the sky and couldn't help but frown. In their hearts, they would greet the ancestors of the King's Palace. The Spirit June token has sealed the city. The Cloud Continent hasn't seen such a scene for many years. The old man stood at the top of a tall building and looked up at the 4 barriers in the sky that encompassed the entire Wushang City. A huge, venerable word was imprinted in the space in the sky. The scarlet light revealed some hostility and a bloody aura. When the sunlight passed through the scarlet seal and landed on the ground, it made people feel uncomfortable. Even the air had a faint evil qi because of it. Is it really okay? Let them seal Wushang City. The woman's voice sounded in his mind. The old man sighed helplessly and stood with his hands behind his back. Other than wait and see, there are no other orders from above. Although Wushang City is our territory, the people from the King's Palace. Sai, they are too powerful. We have to give them some face. Or rather, we have to give them face even if we don't want to. In the end, we will be the ones who suffer. TSK, didn't you say that you wouldn't mess around in Wushang City? Not long after you turned around, you sealed the city with a spiritual supreme token. The young man's cursing voice rang out, and the two of them could not help but sigh. A mere spiritual supreme token was nothing in their eyes. But a spiritual supreme token was not just a simple seal. When the Sovereign King Palace was doing something, no one would dare to obstruct them unless they were tired of living. This small seal would definitely not be able to stop those two fellows. They were using the lives of an entire city to force the two of them out. The power of the supreme spiritual token has not been fully released. The people in the city can still bear it. We have also helped to offset part of it, secretly. However, if the two of them don't come out now, I'm afraid they won't be able to hold on for long. The old man said, "This is forcing them and also forcing us. They have nothing to fear, so all they have to do is wait in the city and wait for people to come out." But we can't keep dragging this out. But we're just going to let them suppress us and do nothing? Isn't that the same as giving up Wushang City? There's no other way. We can only continue to wait. We can't afford to offend those two, and we can't afford to offend the Sovereign King Palace either. The old man narrowed his eyes and was about to shake his head when he caught a glimpse of two figures. Under the spiritual supreme tokens ceiling of the city, the entire Wushang City was silent. The streets were empty, and there were only a few pieces of paper floating in the wind. In such a situation, there were still people who dared to walk on the streets. His eyes locked onto the two figures, and the old man suddenly laughed. "Don't worry, maybe things aren't as serious as we think." The other two figures who did not show up also glanced at the city and laughed. "That's good." In the silent Wushang City, the wind carried a trace of ominous aura. Looking down from above, one could only see a dead city covered in blood-red light. It was like a dead city that had been abandoned not long ago, waiting for the wind to blow. There was no sign of life, and there was no movement. Only the 2-meter tall flag in the city fluttered in the wind and made a strange sound, as if it was telling the world that there were still people alive here. Buzz, a slight buzzing sound of energy accompanied by a cold aura that was enough to freeze the air suddenly appeared in Wushang City. An aura that was neither vast nor majestic, quietly spread out. It flowed in the air and inadvertently covered every inch of the city. As soon as this aura appeared, the entire Wushang City was in an uproar. Many people looked at it with their naked eyes from all directions. The old man and the others were also stunned. There, two figures slowly walked into the city. One was covered in golden light, the other was covered in dark red energy. The bone-chilling aura was slowly emitted from the latter's body. Just by looking at it, people felt as if their blood was about to freeze. It's the two wanted by the Sovereign King Palace. They actually dared to come out. Look at this aura. Hiss! My eyes are about to be frozen. This bone-chilling aura. I have only felt it from some extraordinary people. Maybe this time. F***CK those spiritual sovereigns. This time it's their turn to kick an iron plate. Wushang City, which had been quiet for half the morning, suddenly became lively. The people who had been frozen by Yin Nuoxing's aura quickly turned their gazes away. Everyone looked at the center of Wushang City in tacit understanding. There, the people from the Sovereign King Palace also looked into the distance. They looked at each other, and the corners of their mouths curled up in an evil smile. They're finally here! Their footsteps were light and silent. Yun Nuoxing and Hui walked side by side. Their steps were casual, their aura was casual, and their attitude was casual. As for the power they were accumulating, it was also very casual. It was so casual that it could kill a peak origin realm cultivator, and so could tear apart space. Although they could feel the tense atmosphere in Wushang City, they did not feel nervous at all. If a clown wanted to perform, they would play along. Crack! The water vapor in the air froze and fell to the ground with a crisp cracking sound. In this deathly silent place, just this sound alone was enough to attract everyone's attention. Suddenly, there was the sound of wind breaking between heaven and earth. Dozens of figures in black clothes and black cloaks flashed and appeared on the surrounding towering buildings. They looked down coldly at the two people who were walking slowly below them. Ignorant people, report your names. Yun Nuoxing and Hui looked at each other and communicated with their eyes. After a while, Yun Nuoxing nodded and slowly raised her left hand, snapping her fingers. With a crisp sound, the dark red energy around her body suddenly flashed violently, making everyone's heart jump. The people who were sitting quietly were stunned. Plop! The sound of heavy objects falling to the ground suddenly sounded one after another. Countless people turned around in shock. Those dozens of Ling Jun warriors who were standing on the tall buildings had all fallen from the building. There was no sign of life at all. During the entire process, no one sensed what had happened. It was as if those dozens of Ling Jun warriors had chosen to commit suicide and fell from the sky. killing my Sovereign King palaces, people one after another. Your courage is really admirable." In the faint voice, there was a trace of evil and evil mixed in. A figure suddenly appeared from the ground like a shadow. After that, it transformed into a solid body and appeared in front of those people. It was still wearing a black cloak and black clothes. On its face was a silver mask that the two of them were familiar with. However, excessive courage will only bring you death. Just like right now. Yun Nuashing looked at the silver masked man, and a trace of surprise flashed past her eyes. "You didn't die. It seems like I was too merciful yesterday. However, this is not important. Whether you die or not is not important to us. What I find strange is that you actually dare to come back. What blinded your eyes? What gave you the courage? Sovereign King Palace? Or the Ice Domain?" A battle between high-level life forms will not affect ordinary people. You guys have gone too far. Hui raised his head and looked at the supreme spirit token in the sky. However, it seems like these words are useless to you guys. Puffed. You want to use the rules to suppress us? The silver masked man was so angry that he laughed, his entire body trembling slightly. These so-called rules are set by the strong. They are only used to restrict useless trash like you. Don't you think too highly of yourselves? I am the #1 person in the Sovereign King Palace's Tianjun guards. The last time I was attacked by you guys because I was careless. So you think that you are invincible? Yun Nuashing and Hui pressed their hands to their faces. This fellow felt very good about himself, as always. The problem was, how could they communicate with such a person normally? However, there are some things and some words that don't need to be communicated. The cold, demonic voice turned into cold air that lingered around the silver masked man's ears. The silver masked man was in a daze for a moment. Yun Nuashing's figure appeared in front of him. Her palm, which was wrapped in destructive energy, grabbed at his head, causing him to break out in cold sweat. With his realm, this claw would definitely explode like a watermelon. An abnormal energy suddenly appeared in Yun Nuashing's senses. Just as her palm was about to touch the silver masked man's head, her palm suddenly stopped in the air in front of her. It was as if her claw had grabbed the air. Even his charging figure was stopped. "Feng, you failed to act cool." Hui laughed at the back. This fellow was the kind of person who didn't talk nonsense when he attacked. Actually, the energy he used was just enough to crush a person to death on the ground. However, it was only just enough. Who would use an apocalyptic level of energy to kill an ant? That's right. Even if Feng was a person who liked to cause destruction every day, he wouldn't be crazy to this extent. The invisible space suddenly blocked his attack. Yun Nuashing was stunned for a moment. She casually took 2 steps back and flicked her sleeves. She sneered. "Did you really think that I didn't see you? Hiding in the space at the side and watching the show. I thought that you were very good at holding back. If you have the ability to hide at the side, why don't you come out? The people from the Sovereign King Palace are only SOSO. Hee, I don't need you to judge the people from the Sovereign King Palace." When Yun Nuashing retreated, a soft laugh suddenly sounded in the sky. Then the entire space was locked by a powerful energy. In an instant, it twisted and turned into a layer of invisible energy barrier, sealing them inside. Then, an old man in gray hemp clothes slowly appeared from the space and looked at them with a smile. "Middle-level divine god." Yun Nuashing murmured. Her figure flashed again. Looking at the barrier behind him, Hui shouted, "Feng, reel in the net. The outside can't see what's inside. You-oh!" Boom! A huge explosion of energy suddenly resounded within the energy barrier. The dust and stones spiraled in the air and dissipated, completely disappearing from this world. The old man and the silver-masked man were stunned for a moment. They quickly turned their heads and saw a dark red energy remnant on the ground. The few Tianjun guards and Lingjun warriors had already disappeared from this world. The figures squatted on the ground and picked up a scarlet energy token. In front of them, he exerted force and crushed it, turning it into dust that slipped through his fingers. With the disappearance of the token, the huge barrier that enveloped Wuzhong City suddenly trembled a few times. Then it slowly disappeared. The sunlight that was not polluted by energy shone on Wuzhong City again, making everyone happy. You killed the people from the Sovereign King Palace in front of me. You destroyed my spiritual supreme token. You're courting death. Seeing that Yun Nuoxing had killed those people in front of him in an instant, the gray-robed old man's face suddenly changed. His figure turned into a blurry shadow and rushed toward Yun Nuoxing. The energy in his hand condensed and formed in an instant, exploding toward the former. Seeing that the gray-robed old man was coming toward her with murderous intent, Yun Nuoxing snapped her fingers. A formless energy suddenly flashed out, causing the old man's expression to change drastically. The energy that he had just condensed and had not yet released disappeared in an instant. Not even a residue was left. Not only that, he seemed to be unable to feel the energy in his body. It was as if he had been crippled in an instant. Doing whatever you want. Helping the tiger do evil. Disrespectful old man. Get down here. Yun Nuoxing shouted softly. She stretched out her hand and grabbed something in the air. Then, as if she was pulling something, she threw it to the ground. The gray-robed old man, who was charging over with energy, fell to the ground instantly. He was pressed against the ground by the formless energy, creating a ditch. Then he fainted. The silver-masked old man saw that the high and mighty spiritual supreme envoy had been crippled and pressed to the ground in an instant. His eyeballs almost fell out. He had imagined thousands of situations, but he had never thought that this would happen. Hey, isn't it time to settle our accounts? Suddenly, a huge pressure came from behind him, causing the silver-masked old man to tremble. He turned around and saw Hui, who was emitting a golden light, standing behind him, staring at him with an evil smile. His hands were clenched so tightly that creaking sounds could be heard. You, don't come over. Don't come over. The horrifying screams attracted Yun Nuoxing's attention. She couldn't help but turn her head. Seeing that Hui was throwing the silver-masked old man into the air, she immediately understood what had happened. Hui was there to beat the old man up. As for him, Yun Nuoxing squatted down and felt around the old man who had been thrown to the ground. After a while, her palm paused and she took out a dark, purple token. It was smaller than the Tianjun token and the spiritual supreme token. She grabbed it and looked at it. Suddenly, she shouted to the back, Hui, stop beating him. Let him see what this is. Hui carried the silver-masked man by his lapel and walked in front of Yun Nuoxing. Using him as a lamp, he waved his eyes at the dark purple token in Yun Nuoxing's hand a few times. Then he lowered his head and glanced at it. Oh, this fellow should be unable to speak. Yun Nuoxing's face twitched. His face was so bruised and swollen that even his mother wouldn't be able to recognize him. Half of his silver mask was embedded in his face. Only God knew how this fellow had been suspended in the air and beaten up by Hui. Hui's palm was dyed with a golden light. He slapped the silver-masked man's forehead fiercely, and a golden, scepter-like brand appeared on the latter's forehead. He suddenly opened his eyes, and a murky golden light flashed through his eyes. Hui took out the token in Yun Nuoxing's hand and waved it in front of his eyes. What is this? Hum, 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 Yun Nuoxing and Yun Nuoxing. They were done for. This child's face was swollen like a pig's head. She couldn't even speak clearly. Who could understand her? Yun Nuoxing held the dark purple token in his hand and observed it for a while. He looked at the mysterious patterns engraved on the side of the token, but there wasn't a single word on the front or back of the token. However, the decorations on this token were much more extravagant than the other two tokens, causing him to make some guesses. Jun King's token? Or Sovereign King's token? The silver-masked man, whose face was bruised and swollen, trembled as he nodded. Then his head tilted to the side and he fainted. Hui looked at him and threw him to the side. He fainted. Yun Nuashing was about to use his energy to analyze this token. However, just as his energy came into contact with the dark purple token, a burst of energy suddenly burst out from the token. It quickly covered the entire space that was covered by the energy barrier. The entire space started to tremble because of this. A terrifying existence seemed to be crossing some kind of barrier to descend here, causing the entire space to tremble violently. Amidst the surging energy, a dark purple cloud of energy quickly appeared. Then it transformed into a 10-foot-tall energy figure. It looked down at Yun Nuashing, and Yun Nuashing with a gaze as sharp as a blade. Do you people from the Sovereign King Palace really like to look down on others so much? You don't have much ability, but you put on quite the airs. The figure formed by the energy cloud lowered his head and scanned the ground. His gaze swept over the spiritual sovereign envoy and the silver-masked man, and then swept over Yun Nuashing and the silver-masked man. He suddenly narrowed his eyes, and an invisible deterrent force erupted from within. Yun Nuashing and Hui Do remained unmoved. His gaze was soul-stirring, although it was very oppressive and powerful. As if it could see through everything, the figure of energy was only at the second heavenly layer of origin at most. It was wishful thinking to think that he could shake a primordial origin realm expert with his presence. As if he had guessed that his presence had no effect at all, the figure of energy suddenly rumbled. Who dares to kill the people of the Sovereign King Palace? Junior, tell me your name. Yun Nuashing and Hui Do both spat out a mouthful of water. This guy, is he crazy? No, wait, this is unreasonable. No matter what, he is still an origin god. He can't be so blind. His presence and energy have no effect on the other party. Does he not know it all? Junior? Yun Nuashing crossed her arms and sneered. Do you have the right to call me that? A mere second heavenly layer of origin dares to act like a big shot in front of us. You will have to pay a very heavy price. A majestic energy erupted from the dark purple figure of energy and pounced towards Yun Nuashing and Hui Do. The powerful energy pounced on the two of them, but it only brushed past Yun Nuashing and Hui Do like a gust of wind. With a gust of wind, the monstrous presence collapsed. With such cultivation, you dare to come out and act so presumptuously. Hui Do flicked his sleeves and laughed softly. He spat out one word, scram! As if the void had been destroyed, the old man's eyes suddenly widened. He hurriedly waved his hands to block the terrifying pressure rushing towards him. The dark purple figure of energy exploded with a boom, turning into a ball of energy and dissipating on the spot. In the Sovereign King Palace hundreds of millions of miles away, in a dazzling divine palace, an old man in a white robe suddenly opened his eyes and spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood splashed 3 to 4 meters away, and a golden light slowly rose from the blood, blasting holes in the ground around him. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth onto his white beard. The old man looked at the dozens of holes in the ground with a gloomy expression. After a long silence, he whispered softly, "That person, his face is a bit familiar. That golden figure, he seemed to have seen it before, but it was a bit blurry." In his impression, it should be a battle scene. He frowned fiercely, stood up, and walked out of the secret room. Chapter 1589. In Wushang City, outside a simple and monotonous courtyard, Yun Nuashing and Hui looked up at this simple courtyard. The overall area was not large, only about 10 meters long and wide. There was only a simple building with green tiles and white walls. There was no decoration inside, and there was no sign of life inside. When they walked here, they could feel that the noise had disappeared a lot. It was such a simple courtyard, but it was located in the most prosperous area of Wushang City, surrounded by luxurious buildings that were more than 10 meters tall. It was still daytime, but when the lights were lit up at night, the entire Wushang City would look even more beautiful. Yun Nuashing walked forward and gently pushed the space in front of her. A strange energy wave spread out from it. A transparent energy barrier in front of her quietly split open, revealing the scene inside. There was nothing different about it. The barrier only separated the space inside from the outside. It was even quieter inside. She raised her hand and gently knocked on the door. As soon as her finger landed, a faint laughter came from inside. "Please come in." Yun Nuashing yawned and looked at Hui. She then pushed the door open and walked in. She casually glanced around. It was a simple courtyard, overgrown with weeds. Occasionally, a few fresh flowers would pop out from the bushes, embellishing the flowers with different colors. In the middle of the bushes, there was a stone table engraved with expectations. There were 3 figures sitting at the table. The old man that she saw this morning was one of them. As for the other 2, they were the other 2 heavenly gods of Wushang City. "Nice to meet you, little friends." The young man and the other 2 stood up to greet them. They cupped their hands towards Yun Nuashing and smiled faintly. "Thank you for your help today." "About the sovereign palace?" Hui grinned and waved his hand. "They came to find us. We didn't expect to cause such a big commotion in Wushang City. I should be the one apologizing." The young man smiled casually and stopped talking about this topic. The woman said softly, "The sovereign palace is a nest of bandits. They will seek revenge for the smallest grievance. You should be careful in the future on the Cloud Continent." I had already expected this. I was prepared to face them head-on. Besides, it's just a sovereign palace. Hui sneered. Last time, if it wasn't for Bing Yu's sudden intervention, the people sent by the Sovereign King Palace would have been pushed into the void and beaten up by him. Even if they were to walk on the Cloud Continent, they would not be afraid of a mere Sovereign King Palace. And this time, Maple was also here. He didn't believe that 2 people with the battle strength of Yuansha realm would not be able to walk unhindered on this continent. "You said you could give us some help." Hui rubbed his finger on the stone table a few times. Suddenly, he looked at the young man and the others. "Do you have any information about King's Palace?" When the young man heard this, he could not help but smile bitterly. It turned out that these 2 people did not understand the King Palace at all. How could they say such words? If their strength was not greater than the heavens, then they were really stupid. However, looking at their temperament and appearance, he felt that they should have the confidence to crush the King Palace. "There is a lot of information. I just don't know what kind of information you want." Hui rubbed his fingers and pondered for a while. He looked at Yun Nuashing and nodded after a while. "The location of the headquarters. If there are similar branches in other places, you can also tell me. And also, well, although this is not a big deal, it's better to tell you the news about their palace master. Otherwise, when the time comes to settle accounts, we won't even know if they escaped." Hearing Huey's words, the young man and the others could not help but be shocked. He could not help but sigh. "You are planning to uproot them from the entire Cloud Continent. Is there a problem?" Hui replied, "It's not a problem. It's not a problem at all. King's Palace has been rooted in the Cloud Continent for a long time. Just like you said, other than the headquarters, there are many branches. Their forces spread across the entire Cloud Continent. Compared to other forces of the same level, their forces are the largest. However, they are also the most impure kind. If you want to uproot King's Palace from the Cloud Continent, it will be very difficult." The young man said softly. After a while, he smiled. "But that is something you have to consider. We are just informing you. Of course, we have the information about King's Palace." As soon as his voice fell, he threw a stack of talismans on the table. Yun Nuashing and Hui were stunned. They looked at each other and understood what he meant. This was the special product of the Cloud Continent. Its use was similar to the energy crystals and crystal balls that were commonly used in the celestial realm. They had already seen it once in the Flawless Palace. The young man rummaged through the stack of talismans for a while. He took out a blue talisman and activated it with energy. A large map was projected in midair. It was the map of the Cloud Continent. He pointed at the northern and eastern part of the Cloud Continent. The King's Palace's main hall is located in the mountain spring land beside the Azure Cloud Continent. However, the specific location… It seems that they moved once a few years ago. Moreover, it was said that it was a very secretive operation. By the time everyone realized it, the Twin Monarch Peak, where the King's Palace used to be located, had already disappeared. All that was left was a wreckage. Until now, no one knows where their main hall is located. The young man paused for a while and said, "But one thing is certain. They are still in the mountain spring land. Someone has seen them moving on a large scale in the mountain spring land. It's just that no one knows where exactly they are. If you want to find them, you might have to spend some effort there. As for the locations of their sub-palaces, there are quite a few of them. For example, in the Grey Lands, there is a sub-palace in the Thousand Ravine City that is 1,000,000 miles away from Wushang City. It seems that there are only 3 spirit elders guarding it." The woman suddenly thought of something and said, "Speaking of the Thousand Ravine City, the spirit sovereign envoy you killed today was one of the Thousand Ravines City's spirit sovereigns. At this time, there should be 2 spirit sovereigns left, but they might have received the news in advance and run away, or they might not. As for the rest, there are 6 or 7 locations in the Grey Lands. They are all important strongholds. You can see this information in the talisman." The young man stopped supplying energy to the talisman and tidied it up. He handed it to Hui and said with a smile, "You should be interested in the information inside." Hui took the talisman in his hand and casually glanced at the information inside. His eyes flashed for a moment before he nodded to the 3 people, and thanks. The old man glanced at Yun Nuashing, who had been yawning, and then looked at Hui, who had already revealed a contemplative expression, as if he was planning something. His cheeks could not help but twitch. "You guys aren't really planning to uproot the Sovereign King, His Highness, are you?" "We're indeed planning to do that." Hui replied with a bright smile, "We have been entangled with grudges for a long time. Last time, if we weren't afraid of the ice domain, there wouldn't be a Sovereign King Palace on the Cloud Continent. This time, we have time and effort. We can uproot them one by one. Well, we will only do our best. If what you said is correct, they have been in the Cloud Continent for a long time and have spread their branches and leaves. It should be impossible to completely uproot them. However, we can still give them some large branches and leaves. At most, we can leave a tree stump there." Hui suddenly looked at the 3 people and revealed a faint smile. "Looking at you, it seems that you have a grudge against the Sovereign King Palace as well." "More or less, we have a little." The old man let out a long sigh of relief. "Even the war in Wushang City right now has the shadow of the Sovereign King Palace in it. Although the real fight is between our family and another family, similar things like this are not uncommon in the Cloud Continent. Their shadows are present in all the big and small battles below. The ice region clearly has a rule that the upper echelons cannot interfere with the affairs of the lower echelons. Everything should be settled by themselves. If those high and mighty existences casually interfere with the battles below, then the Cloud Continent is no longer needed. There is no order at all. There is no order in this world." That being said, they did not really interfere directly. Therefore, the other families also turned a blind eye to what the Sovereign King Palace did. After all, they did not provoke us, so we don't have much time to pay attention to them. The young man sighed. The old man heard this and rolled his eyes. He gritted his teeth and said, "This old man hates those people who do things behind the scenes but do not show their faces." Uft! Yun Nuashing could not help but spit out a mouthful of water. "What's wrong?" The 3 people were stunned. "No, nothing. I just thought of something that might be able to deal with the Sovereign King Palace." Yun Nuashing laughed dryly and scratched his cheek. He couldn't help but laugh bitterly in his heart. He was also the kind of guy who stirred shit up behind the scenes. Well, he preferred the title of the mastermind behind the scenes. However, he didn't do it often. Compared to that, he preferred to rush to the front and kill everyone. After Hui finished reading the message in the talisman, he suddenly slammed the table and stood up, startling the 4 people. Yun Nuashing looked at him and saw Hui's itchy face. He smiled brightly at him and said, "Let's go foam. We don't have much time. Let's take advantage of this time and place. First, let's uproot the 1,000 Ravine City. Then we will go and mess with the other palaces in the Grey Lands. This time, I want none of them to be left alive." With a clang, the stone table collapsed with a bang, causing the 3 of them to be stunned. The material of this stone table. At the very least, the 3 of them wouldn't be able to make a single crack on it, even if they used all their strength. Yun Nuashing stood up and hit Hui's head hard. He waved his hand and released a dark red energy to put the broken stone table back together. Then he smiled at the 3 people and said, "Thank you for your help. We still have some preparations to make, so we will leave first." Looking at Yun Nuashing and Yun Nuashing, who moved as fast as lightning, the young man was stunned. He nodded helplessly and stood up to cup his hands. "If that is the case, then we will wait here for the good news from the 1,000 Ravine City. I wish you all the best." The woman also smiled. "I hope that one day we will hear the news of the Sovereign King Palace falling apart." Her voice was calm, but there was a deep hatred in it. However, she could not help it. She might not be able to take revenge with her own hands. She could only entrust it to others. Hui and Yun Nuashing smiled and turned around. He waved his hand coolly and said, "Don't worry, that day will not be too far away." In the sky 10,000 miles above Wushang City, the 2 people looked down at the cloud continent. They could vaguely see the 1,000 Ravine City on the horizon. Yun Nuashing crossed her arms and looked at the faintly discernible city in the distance. She said, "So we will kill them directly." "Kill them, kill them." Hui put his hand on his forehead and looked into the distance. "A gentleman uses his hands, not his mouth. They have provoked us time and time again. I am not here to be bullied. If I don't teach them a lesson, then I am not the guardian of the realm of the gods." Yun Nuashing looked at him with a little surprise. She said, "You have really changed. Didn't you use the slogan of peace before? Now, don't talk about it. It's all because of you." Hui rolled his eyes. Seeing this guy in the state of the killing god, he had seen him kill people every day for more than 100 million years. Not to mention him, even the others were somewhat affected. Although he was not as fierce as those people who were trained by Green Lord, but, to be honest, there was no one crazier and more abnormal than him in the void. Yun Nuashing trembled. She looked at him with a slightly different gaze. She could not help but tilt her head. "Why are you looking at me? The look in your eyes is strange." Hui grinned. This lunatic usually looked really pleasing to the eye. "Are we going now?" He brushed his long hair behind his ear. "At present, there should be no need to accumulate energy, but just in case I have already started to accumulate energy now." Hui tilted his head and glanced at him. He could not help but be stunned. His gaze changed a little. He saw that his body was like a vortex, constantly extracting all the energy in the world at a very fast speed. He carefully sensed that the energy within a radius of 1,000,000 miles had been affected a little. However, the effect happened at a relatively high altitude, so the people below probably could not sense it. Also, this amount, I'm afraid you are accumulating energy with the mentality of tearing down the entire cloud continent, right? Is this something a human would do? Huey's cheeks twitched fiercely. Ordinary people only accumulated energy to restore their spirit or something. This guy, on the other hand, was accumulating energy like he was risking his life. With the energy he was accumulating now, he could smash a huge hole in the gray land in minutes. If no one disturbed him for millions of years, the residual energy would not dissipate. Well, don't be anxious. Hui patted Yun Nuashing's shoulder and motioned for her to calm down. His gaze fell on Wushang City below. No matter what, we still have to say goodbye, even though we have only known each other for a day or two. That young man? You seem to be very interested in him. Yun Nuashing looked up and said with a little interest. Hui scratched his head embarrassedly and laughed foolishly. Hee, I feel like I'm seeing myself when I was young. Yun Nuashing's body stiffened as if she was struck by lightning. Himself when he was young? Was he referring to when he was young in the true sense of the word? Hui when he was still a little boy before he grew up? That is really a very long time ago. Yun Nuashing grinned. Back then. Speaking of which, according to age, who was older between him and Hui? Well, it was better not to think about such strange things. Anyway, they were all old monsters now, as old as they could be. According to the fixed future, he had lived in the great Yuan realm for almost 100 eras. He was so old that he was... Anyway, either he was so old that his eyebrows were empty or his soul was so old that it had rotted. Oh, no, his soul was still fresh at this moment. Why would he think about such things when he was full? The next day, when the first ray of sunlight fell on Wushang City, Yun Nuashing gently pushed open the door and stretched. Hui and Lu Qing were already talking in the courtyard. Hui pressed the young man's head and squatted down to talk to him. Fragments of sunlight fell on the courtyard, and on the two of them. Together with the rough but tidy courtyard, the scene was a little warm. All good things must come to an end. We came here for a more important purpose, so we can't stay here forever. The things that Feng and I taught you are enough to let you reach a relatively high level, but there are several layers of seals inside them. The key to unlocking each layer of seal is your own heart. The journey of your heart is very important. As for what kind of person you want to become, it's all up to your own heart. Hui paused for a moment and said with a smile, Well, I still hope that you can become a useful person. As long as you are useful to yourself. That's enough. This is a rather vague statement. The 15-year-old boy was confused by Huey's vague words. He didn't react for a long time and just nodded in a daze. Yun Nuashing stepped forward and rubbed the young man's head. A trace of pure white energy was transferred from her hand to the young man's body. It turned into a white mist and disappeared. He lowered his head and looked at the young man for a while. Looking at the young man's clear eyes, he couldn't help but smile faintly. Live well. The young man stared blankly at the two people in front of him. When Yun Nuashing and Lu Qing were exchanging glances using their souls to communicate, the young man suddenly knelt heavily on the ground and solemnly clasped his fist at the two people in front of him. Both of them were shocked. Hey, the two of us were just passing by. We just gave you some rough pointers. You can't be careless about this kind of thing. He quickly pulled Lu Qing up from the ground and patted his thin and weak shoulder. Let's talk about some cough, it's nothing. You don't have to pay attention to it. Just live well. After saying a few more words, Yun Nuashing reminded him. The two nodded and rushed towards the horizon, leaving Lu Qing standing there alone. His big black eyes reflected the two people's figures in the distance. He nodded gently and murmured, In the future, I'll look for you. The 10,000 Ravines mountain range was located about 100 miles away from 10,000 Ravine City. The entire mountain range was 20 to 30,000 miles wide. The thousands of ravines and ravines were the origin of its name. There were many rumors about this place among ordinary people. Some said that it was caused by a great war. Some said that it was naturally formed, and there were many other theories. Until now, no one could sort out an accurate answer. Yun Nuashing and Hui floated above the 10,000 Ravines mountain range and looked at the city in the distance. They did not immediately go there. Instead, they focused their attention on the 10,000 Ravines mountain range. During the 2 days in Wushang City, they had heard about the situation of this mountain range. When they came to see it with their own eyes, they did not sense anything. In short, they ruled out the possibility of the power of the laws and the power of order causing trouble. As for whether it was man-made or natural, it was not important. They were too lazy to use time to look back. It turns out that Feng also paid a lot of attention to that child. You even left a trace of the observer's aura to protect him. Hui suddenly turned around and joked. Yun Nuashing was stunned for a moment. She rolled her eyes at him. That's because you were paying attention. I was just passively watching. Well, he is indeed a good seedling. I just don't know how far he can go. Hui grinned at her and turned his head to look ahead. 10,000 Ravine City. I heard that the one in charge of this city is from the Sovereign Palace. Feng, take a look inside and see if there is any defense. Yun Nuashing nodded and looked at the 10,000 Ravine City. Her eyes glowed with silver light. After a while, she said, there is something similar to a formation. It uses the energy of the entire city to create a huge defensive barrier. It is easy to break down from the inside. If we attack from the outside, well, it is not difficult. Oh, if that is the case, we will. The two looked at each other and laughed softly. Attack from the outside. Use the most forceful means to defeat these bastards. Hui looked up to the sky and roared. A soul shock suddenly burst out and rushed towards the entire cloud continent. Little ones, make as much trouble as you can. Press all of the Sovereign King Palace's members into the void. Let's make a big scene. Chapter 1590. Thousand Ravine City left the grassy plains and was located on a plateau made of yellow sand. It was surrounded by barren mountains and the air was dry. It seemed that it hadn't rained in a long time. It didn't seem to be a place suitable for living, but because of the constant gathering of energy, it turned from a dangerous place to a fertile place. At a closer look, it didn't seem any different from other cities. Today, many things were happening as usual in Thousand Ravine City. It was peaceful as usual, and the trickles that flowed in the dark didn't cause the river to change direction. This normal calmness continued until a certain moment. The cloudless sky suddenly darkened bit by bit, and the abnormality in the sky attracted the attention of countless people. They all raised their heads, and as they did so, a bolt of lightning flashed across the sky. The roaring thunder caused the mountains of the plateau to rumble and shake. Then, the entire sky was covered by huge dark clouds. The thick black clouds seemed to want to press down on Thousand Ravine City. A strange pressure came from the clouds, causing many people to tremble slightly. This Thousand Ravine City. It hasn't rained in 3 years. It was so sunny today. So why did it suddenly become like a bolt from the blue? It's raining. Let's go home and pack up. Pack up, pack up. This damn weather. Just as the entire Thousand Ravine City fell into a slight panic, some people sensed something. They leapt to a high place and looked outside the city. They looked at the sky above Thousand Ravine City, looking around as if they were looking for something. Boom! An earth-shaking clap of thunder suddenly burst forth, illuminating Thousand Ravine City, which was shrouded in darkness as if it was daytime. With this flash of thunder, the people in the city hastened their footsteps. Not long after, heavy rain began to fall from the sky. The dense raindrops almost filled the entire space. It was like an ocean was pouring down, turning this place into a world of water. The entire Thousand Ravine mountain range and Thousand Ravine plateau were enveloped in it. The torrential rain slapped against the buildings, creating a loud crashing sound, accompanied by the thunderous roars of the heavens and the earth. It was as if they were playing the sound of rain and thunder. In an instant, the entire city reverberated with the sound of the heavens and the earth. Ordinary people had already returned to their houses to hide from the rain, but there were still many people who felt that something was amiss and did not enter their houses. Numerous figures stood on top of the buildings, using various means to isolate themselves from the rain. The gazes that had been searching in the rain finally stopped at a certain moment, uniformly looking towards the southwest direction. In the curtain of rain that connected the entire sky and earth, there was a particularly conspicuous open area. Under the dark clouds covering the sky, 2 figures stood in the air. One of them was emitting an unusually conspicuous, dark, red energy light, as if he had never planned to hide his figure. They could also feel that the aura emitted by this person seemed to have affected the weather here. It also seemed like the rain that covered the sky was nothing but the energy that he released. There seemed to be a faint energy contained in the rain. This battle array, they have come with ill intentions. Quickly inform the city guards. What are they doing in Thousand Ravine City? In any case, looking at this situation, we can first rule out that they are here for an excursion. But nothing major has happened recently. Whatever, let the people of Sovereign King Palace have a headache. They are guarding this place anyway, and there should be no big problems with the city guarding glyphs. The energy explosion that was accompanied by the rumbling of thunder attracted the attention of the entire city. The people who were still talking suddenly felt a shocking energy reaction, and a sense of danger appeared all over their bodies. Their scalps instantly went numb, and a few people who had a strong desire to survive directly jumped down from the building. Are you still waiting for death here? Hurry and retreat. The energy of the entire world turned into a giant energy sword that was millions of feet long. The dark red energy filled the entire sword, as if it had the power to split the sky and the earth. Wherever the tip of the sword pointed, the clouds and the sky split open. The giant sword that contained astonishing energy slowly fell down, like a giant pillar that supported the world suddenly collapsing. It brought with it an earth-shattering might as it smashed towards Thousand Ravine City. Just the movement of it approaching made countless people pale with fright. At that critical moment, a transparent energy barrier suddenly appeared in Thousand Ravine City. The majestic energy shook the heavy rain out of Thousand Ravine City. It's a glyph array. The city guarding glyph array has been activated. With this glyph array, it should be boom. A loud explosion interrupted everyone's imagination. The pillar that supported the sky fell heavily from the sky with unshakable energy and might, smashing into the city guarding glyph array. The energy barrier that had been constructed with the energy of all of Thousand Ravine City and countless precious materials was easily torn apart like paper. It turned into a curtain of light that floated in the air, reflecting the stunned gazes of the people in the city. The torrential rain that had disappeared for a few seconds fell again. This time, everyone felt cold all over, as if they had fallen into an ice cave. Death seemed to be waving at them all. The dark red energy suddenly expanded explosively from the sky, enveloping the entire Thousand Ravine City in a short second. The entire city was covered in an instant, completely isolated from the outside world. The dark red light fell from the sky and landed in the city, making everyone's eyes glaze over. A feeling of unease rose in their hearts. Everyone knew that something big was going to happen today. Are the people of the Sovereign King Palace all cowards? While everyone was panicking, an ethereal voice that seemed to penetrate through the void suddenly echoed in the entire Thousand Ravine City. The sunny voice was mixed with a faint smile. It didn't sound like he was here to fight at all. However, with this momentum and this momentum, no one would believe that he wasn't here to cause trouble. After experiencing the initial panic, some people realized what they had said and their expressions suddenly changed. The Sovereign King Palace. Damn! When did such a fierce person appear in the Union continent? He directly caused trouble for the Sovereign King Palace. It doesn't look like someone from the ice region, nor does it look like someone from the other families. Who would have such courage to directly attack a city under the control of a spirit Lord Envoy? This level is equivalent to declaring war. No matter who he is, with this kind of courage, after today, his name will definitely spread throughout the Union continent. But everyone couldn't help but raise their heads. They just didn't know if this person who could destroy the city defense glyph array in one hit had the power to face the Sovereign King Palace. The Sovereign King Palace had a long history. That reputation that spread throughout the Union continent had long become a myth that many people couldn't face directly. However, many people knew that what was hidden under the myth was only a rotten and broken body. No matter what it used to be at this moment, it was just an unlikable appearance. On one side, it was a myth that existed in people's hearts, and on the other side, it was a person who dared to face the myth. Under all kinds of guesses, everyone felt that these two people didn't take the sovereign king palace seriously and were too careless. However, seeing that they had the courage to stand here, they suddenly had an unrealistic thought. A myth that was torn apart sounded quite interesting, didn't it? Ignorant juniors, you dare to go against my sovereign king palace. Are you looking for death? The majestic energy that reverberated throughout the entire city finally attracted the attention of the spirit lord envoys of the sovereign king palace. An angry roar suddenly spread across the sky, and then 3 figures that were filled with killing intent burst out from a space in the city. They stood in the sky, and the 3 figures that came together faintly resisted the energy pressure released by Yun Nuashing. One of them looked around, and when he saw Hui, his expression suddenly froze, and his eyes widened in shock. You? Why are you here? Weren't you already? Hearing this voice, Yun Nuashing and Hui looked at each other. Hui shook his head, indicating that he didn't remember this person. However, it was probably normal for this person to remember him. After all, the Sovereign King Palace was the one who dealt the most when they were expelled from the Union continent. So it wasn't surprising that they remembered him. What? Are you surprised to see me here? Weren't I expelled from the Union continent? Is that what you want to say? A pair of sinister eyes appeared under the black cloak. That person took off the cloak, and the hand behind his back slowly made a few gestures and said in a deep voice, I have to say, all of us have underestimated your courage. I didn't expect that the person who was expelled by the ice region and us would have the guts to step foot on this land again. Since you've already come this time, then there's no need for you to leave. Yun Nuashing's gaze turned, and suddenly reached out her hand to touch the space in front of her and grabbed a wisp of green energy and said, Want to call for backup? The expression of the person from the Sovereign King Palace suddenly sank, and his face was abnormally ugly. Just as he was about to fight with his back against the wall, Yun Nuashing suddenly raised her hand, and the wisp of green energy was sent out. I'll help you, but if the people you call are too weak, I'll be quite disappointed. You're courting death. That person couldn't help but laugh angrily when he saw this. Hui nodded to Yun Nuashing, and suddenly waved his right hand lightly, and a golden energy burst out. The divinity domain of the origin realm spread out with him as the center, and covered the entire sky of the 1,000 Ravine City, including the 3 heavenly god realm spiritual elders. In the eyes of others, it was just a flash of light, and the people in the sky all disappeared. Welcome to my domain. The golden space, the materialized divinity domain, and inside it was like a golden river of energy. They couldn't see the source, and they couldn't see the end. All kinds of strange energy phenomena overlapped in this place, which made the spiritual elders stunned. They had never seen such a strange scene. In their perception, this space seemed to exist, but it was also illusory and unfathomable. However, being trapped here was like being trapped in a quagmire, and there was no way to break free. Bang! The space suddenly shook violently, and a space crack slowly opened beside the 3 of them. Vast energy fluctuations burst out from the crack, but after going deep into the golden space, it was suddenly suppressed, and that violent momentum stopped for a moment. In the crack, an old figure releasing a vast amount of energy appeared in front of everyone's eyes, and that energy also rose to the peak in an instant. Yun Nuashing were startled. The person who came out was the dark purple energy figure that they had seen in Wushang City yesterday. They didn't expect that the original body would come out now. It's you. The old man in the white robe was also startled when he saw the 2 of them. He glanced at Hui, narrowed his eyes, and said softly, Outsiders, you've repeatedly disturbed my Yun Duan continent. Do you really think that we don't have people? In the past, we could drive you out of the Yun Duan continent, and this time will not be an exception. All the dormant experts of the Yun Duan continent will not allow any outsiders to act recklessly on the Yun Duan continent. Good, good. Hui clapped his hands hard, and the sound waves from the clapping of his palms caused the expressions of the white-robed old man and the other three to change. They hurriedly took a few steps back before they recovered. Yun Nuashing glanced at him. Although his face was still smiling, this fellow's heart was filled with a faint anger that he had not felt for a long time, which made him a little surprised. Hui had not been angry for many years, and when he was fighting with the underworld, he did not see any anger in his heart. Well said. But don't you think you're mistaken about something? Hui couldn't help but sneer. He narrowed his eyes and stared at the four people. His voice suddenly became a lot calmer, and he said, "You know very well whether I'm an outsider or not. It's just that it's a little strange, and I accidentally bumped into people from the Sovereign King Palace. You should be the ones causing trouble time and time again. I've already been very merciful. Unfortunately, you don't seem to appreciate it, and it's getting worse and worse. In the end, you even put the label of an outsider on my head and even attracted people from the ice domain to cause trouble for us. I can't help but think that you're all courting death. All of you are courting death." Yun Nuashing patted him on the shoulder and said softly, "There's no need to say more. Just kill. Since we've already declared war, there's nothing more to say. You want to kill me? You're very strong, and I'm no match for you. But if I want to run, you can't stop me." Hearing Yun Nuashing's words, the white-robed old man suddenly laughed, and his face instantly became ferocious. All the energy of the Empyrean god of origin suddenly boiled, and with a roar to the sky, all the energy contained in the Empyrean god of origin instantly became violent. Space, nothingness, and the sea of time were all in disorder because of this. When the laws and concepts contained in the Empyrean god of origin were activated in this way, the degree of violence was enough to blast a big hole in the void and nothingness. This guy. Yun Nuashing and Hui were stunned when they saw that he was about to self-destruct. Their expressions suddenly became strange. This guy, even if he self-destructed in their domain, it would be bang. An earth-shattering explosion of energy resounded throughout the entire golden domain. Like a void storm, energy burst out from the white-robed old man and swept in all directions. Under this terrifying energy storm, even Hui's divinity domain trembled a few times. A vast energy phenomenon suddenly swept out, and the sky was filled with golden energy flowers, which were exceptionally gorgeous. Although you appear to be very resolute and decisive, this is my domain. Even if you want to hide, where can you hide? Even if you're only left with a wisp of soul, you can't run away, Hui said with a smile. Hui said with a faint smile. Golden light surged all over his body, and the golden energy in this space also surged. He casually grabbed the space with his palm, and the space tens of thousands of feet away suddenly caved in. That space exploded in an instant. At the moment when the space collapsed, 3 screams came from the space, and 3 figures fell out in a sorry state, and a transparent energy, light cluster, also floated down. "Little guy, where do you think you're going?" Hui chuckled and stretched out his hand to grab that transparent energy ball. Golden light surged out from his palm, and it seemed to form a golden flame. At the same time, a soul-piercing scream came out from the ball of light. Just listening to it made one's hair stand on end. Strange race, don't be complacent. The Sovereign King Palace will not let you go. The entire Cloud Continent is your mortal enemy. Don't even think about leaving the Cloud Continent this time. Amidst the roar of the soul, a series of resentful yells rang out. A fuzzy human face appeared on the ball of light surrounded by golden flames, carrying an extremely strong resentment. "Noisy thing, If you want to cause trouble in the Cloud Continent, I'll accompany you this time." Hui sneered, and with a little strength he crushed the entire ball of light into pieces. "Fight with him." Seeing that even the June King Guard wanted to self-destruct and escape, and not even his soul was left, the 3 spirit elder envoys were frightened and instantly launched an attack. They pounced towards Yun Nuashing and her, and the energy in their bodies was boiling. Yun Nuashing snapped his fingers, and the vibrating energy suddenly exploded. The indescribably terrifying energy swept across the bodies of the 3 spiritual venerables. The irresistible energy instantly turned the bodies of the 3 spiritual venerables into nothingness, and the energy did not even appear. What about the rest? His gaze passed through the golden space and landed on the space of the Sovereign King Palace in the Thousand Gorge City. He roughly glanced around, and in the entire 1,000-zhang tall golden palace, there was only a group of initial god-level and lower rebirth realm people. They were probably Ling Jun soldiers and Tian Jun guards, and there were no spirit elder envoys and Jun King guards. The Jun King Guard that appeared in such a remote place was probably the only person in the management level in the entire gray vast land. "Clear it." Hui waved his hand faintly, and the golden domain suddenly began to shrink from all directions. The power of space surged and began to fill this golden domain. In the huge golden palace, the entire palace was filled with extremely luxurious decorations and patterns, and there were countless places that were filled with energy, shining with the luster of energy. At this moment, the palace was abnormally quiet and there was no life. A strange atmosphere shrouded this luxurious and bright palace, and the air seemed to be extremely cold, making people's hair stand on end. Buzz. The silence lasted for an unknown period of time, and suddenly more than 10 figures rushed in from outside the palace. They raised their heads and looked at the top of the palace, and their expressions changed drastically. "It's over, it's over. The 3 spirit elder envoys have all fallen. How are we going to explain to the people above?" "You only see this. Look at the star position at the top. The Jun King Guards of the gray vast land have all fallen. Where did those 2 people come from?" Just as the group of Ling Jun warriors and Tian Jun guards were flustered, the main hall suddenly rumbled and shook, causing everyone's expressions to tremble. They abruptly turned their gazes, and their faces were covered in sweat and panic. They all shouted in unison in their hearts, "It's over!" Bang! Before they could run out of the palace, the space around them suddenly froze. Their expressions suddenly froze, and the void in that space instantly exploded. More than 10 figures didn't even have the chance to scream before they were shattered into nothingness by that formless and terrifying energy. Rumble. When the group of figures were instantly annihilated, the entire ceiling of the palace suddenly exploded, and 2 figures descended from the sky, and terrifying energy surged out like a tsunami. Grandsons, crawl out for this grandpa. This grandpa is here to settle the score. It will start from here. Chapter 1591. Rumble. With an earth-shattering sound, half of the dazzling hall collapsed under the violent energy. A large group of figures screamed miserably as they were thrown out like trash, drawing arcs in the air before landing heavily on the ground, spitting out mouthfuls of blood. They were half dead. "Bastards! Trespassing into my spirit sage hall, are you courting death?" The silhouettes hidden in the space burst out with loud shouts, adding a trace of chaos to this chaotic place. More than a dozen silhouettes suddenly appeared around the collapsed hall. After a moment, they revolved the energy of their whole body and rushed towards Yun Nuashing and Hui, who were in the center. One by one, attacks broke out from their bodies. The majestic attacks came from all directions, blocking all the escape routes of the 2. "It's just a dozen Tian Jun guardians. Your courage is commendable for daring to block our way." Hui looked at the dozens of people rushing towards him, and a playful smile flashed across his face. A golden light burst out from his body, and finally turned into a huge golden shield. The expanded shield fiercely blocked those attacks, and all of them were reflected back. Bang, bang! Winter's sudden change in direction caused the dozen or so people to be stunned. They didn't have the time to defend themselves or stop in their tracks. Their attacks landed on their own bodies without reservation, and a series of muffled groans and screams resounded in the hall. Yun Nuashing stomped his foot on the ground and let out a roar that shook the heavens. Violent, dark red energy erupted from his body, sweeping out in all directions like a headache-inducing storm. The remaining half of the hall was ravaged by the storm of energy, and the collapse became even more severe. Several large stone pillars and entire walls were blown away, smashing into the ground 100 meters away and shattering. The dozen or so Tianjin guards who had been sent flying were affected by the energy, and their speed increased by at least 100 times. They instantly vanished from sight, slamming heavily into the ground and walls. After a series of loud booms and many strange sounds, their bodies were distorted beyond recognition, and some of them were even reduced to a bloody mess. After this portion of hidden forces had all appeared and sent themselves to their deaths, the Spirit Sage Hall, which had turned into ruins, became completely quiet. Only the faint sound of residual energy rolling could be heard, and many energy waves slowly dissipated into the void. This time, they did not use too powerful an energy attack, but this portion of energy was enough for this world to digest for a long time. A bunch of cannon fodders. They appeared quickly and left even faster. Yun Nuashing lazily yawned. After attacking 3 times, this Spirit Sage Hall probably did not need to be rebuilt. There was not even the aura of living people. As far as the eye could see, the walls and walls were in shambles. The magnificent hall that was thousands of feet tall had completely become a thing of the past. Not satisfying, not exciting enough. Hui grinned as he scanned the wreckage of the Spirit Sage Hall. After a while, he suddenly raised his hand and waved. A pile of rubble not far in front of him suddenly burst open. A ball of light floated out from the rubble and landed on Huey's hand. The light faded away, revealing the things stored inside. It was a few pieces of azure talisman paper. He looked inside and raised his eyebrows in surprise. "Phone, I found a map." It recorded more of the secret strongholds of the King's Hall in the Grayish Land. Those 3 people obviously didn't collect this information. Yun Nuashing, who was setting fire and cleaning up the battlefield, was stunned when he heard that. He turned around, and the flames behind him suddenly increased by several times, turning into a monstrous fire that engulfed the entire ruins in a blazing inferno. He walked to Huey's side and took the talismans. After looking inside, he understood. He could not help but frown. Oh, the degree of secrecy is not low. Even with their identities as early-stage origin realm cultivators, they could not find the stronghold. "I'm afraid," we nodded as well. "There should be something hidden there. It might have something to do with one of the Sovereign King Palace's plans. Some secret plans that had been prepared for hundreds of millions of years." For some reason, he suddenly thought of the Divine Shadow Clan. When the vast Sky Clan was in charge, it took them a few eras. Forget it, let's not talk about that. Quickly storing the contents of the talismans in his mind, Yun Nuashing clenched his fist and burned all the talismans to ashes. He yawned again and suddenly looked at Hui. "Hui, are you hiding something from me?" His gaze swept through the sea of fire, trying to find something that would not be destroyed by Maple's energy. Hui suddenly paused when he heard this. He turned his head with a strange expression and scratched his head. What am I hiding from you? Why are you suddenly talking about this?" "I have a feeling." Yun Nuashing looked at him with a curious gaze. He crossed his arms and said softly, aimlessly visited the cloud continent again and dragged it out for a day or 2. It seemed like nothing had happened. But when we met the Sovereign Hall, they suddenly... I didn't even know that you had arranged for other people to eliminate the strongholds of the Sovereign Hall in other lands. When I found out, the operation over there had already ended. If you say that nothing happened, do you think I will believe you? Hui was stunned. He scratched his head and laughed dryly. He was so guilty that he did not dare to look into Yun Nuoxing's eyes. About that, actually, forget it. You don't have to say it. Yun Nuoxing suddenly spread his hands and sighed. Hui was stunned. Why? Yun Nuoxing looked at him and said seriously, when you want to tell me, you will naturally tell me. Well, although I don't know what you are hiding and what you are planning, it doesn't matter. It won't affect you much. Before you are willing to tell me, I won't ask too much. Maple. We looked at him blankly. Their eyes met. After a long time, we could not help but smile, faintly, and nodded. Well, I will tell you when the time comes. But what surprised me more is that you can actually think for yourself. It is really amazing. Yun Nuoxing suddenly changed the topic and joked. Hui smiled bitterly. I have already been kicked out. This is a great humiliation. I have to use my hands and brain, right? Otherwise, it would be meaningless. That is true. The barrier that severed the space in the real world slowly dissipated as the two of them left. In Myriad Gorge City, the magnificent hall that originally stood in the middle of the city suddenly turned into a monstrous sea of fire the moment the barrier dissipated. Scorching waves of fire swept in all directions along with the wind, causing everyone in Myriad Gorge City to widen their eyes. The 3,000-meter tall hall that stood in the middle of the city a second ago had now turned into a purgatory shrouded in a sea of fire. This strong contrast made everyone unable to react at all. The Spirit Great Hall that was located in the middle of the Thousand Ravine City was the main defensive force of the city. The news of its sudden destruction could not be concealed, especially when the two from the Yun Nuo star were recklessly destroying it and deliberately leaving a large sea of fire there. It was even more impossible to suppress the news. In less than half a day, the news of the Spirit Great Hall's destruction had spread throughout the entire gray expanse at the speed of light. It even spread to the neighboring lands. This was not the most shocking news. The more shocking news had yet to come. News of the Sovereign Great Hall's destruction spread throughout the gray expanse. In just half a day, it was confirmed that a total of 27 Sovereign Great Halls had been destroyed. When this news spread, the entire Yunduan continent was shocked. The Sovereign Hall's strength and status had stood in the Yunduan continent for so many years. It had always been like an indestructible myth. The existences on the same level as them had more or less changed over time. Some were destroyed due to some unforeseen events, and some naturally declined. Only a few had survived, and the Sovereign Hall was one of them. Putting aside the ice region, the Sovereign Hall was even faintly recognized as the second most powerful force. Although their actions in recent years had indeed caused many people to despise them, their strength was undeniable. However, such a colossal existence had actually encountered such an unforeseen event in just half a day. This caused everyone who knew of this news to be shocked. This was simply a direct declaration of war. Moreover, it was the kind of war that would not stop until one of them was dead. It was just that they did not know who exactly had the means to declare war on the Sovereign King Palace. As for more information, no one knew the process of the destruction of the Sovereign Hall's branch palaces. All they knew was that there were many branch palaces, from the June Throne Palace to the June Tian Palace. A total of 27 branch palaces had been destroyed. Not a single expert from the Sovereign Hall had survived. When all this information was put together, one shocking secret was revealed. There was actually no similarity at all. There was no unifying method, no unifying aura, and even the way they were destroyed was different. Furthermore, no one had seen who had done such a thing. Oh, it was not that there were no similarities at all. The only similarity was that, in 1 second, these branch palaces were still standing there perfectly fine. In the next second, the palaces were gone, and the people were gone. Everything seemed to have happened in an instant. In the ruins, there were no traces of a fierce battle. It should have been a one-sided battle. The attackers had effortlessly killed all the people from the branch palaces on the ground. On the opposite side of the gray land, in a hidden space, there was a gigantic mountain peak that pierced through the clouds. It was a mountain peak that was completely symmetrical on both sides, like a gigantic sword. Especially the thin edges on both sides, it looked like an unsealed sharp blade. The smooth surface could faintly reflect the sunlight, scattering the rays of the sun onto this deathly silent mountain range. Restless roars of tigers and wolves could be heard in the mountain range, revealing an unsettling and ominous aura. Looking up, the clouds that covered the mountain range were ring-shaped clouds. With the entire mountain range as the center, the sky was clear and boundless. Within the ring-shaped black clouds, there was a weak surge of energy. From time to time, it would churn and a large-scale energy anomaly would appear. It seemed to be telling the world that I am still here, but it was so weak that there was no energy reaction. It was very strange. Continuing to look up, on the peak of the Sword Peak, there was a huge group of shrines that were releasing a brilliant golden light under the sun. The overall defense looked loose, and there were many loopholes. However, if one were to carefully sense it, one would be able to discover that there were countless energy constantly sweeping through the space, with the shrines as the starting point, scanning the entire mountain range, monitoring even the most insignificant things that were happening here. Only those who could sense this energy would be able to tell that this was obviously a group of shrines that were abnormally heavily guarded, a glorious fortress. In the center of the group of shrines, there was a magnificent and domineering hall that was dyed with a black gold color that was incompatible with the surroundings. The black part of the hall seemed to have energy hidden within, like a shadow that was constantly wriggling. The building was very new, as if it had just been built not too long ago. However, there was a strange sense of vicissitudes. There was not a single guard in the entire hall, and there was not a single expert hidden in the space. There was only one person in the hall, and that was the lord of the sovereign king palace. There were no superfluous decorations inside the hall. The four walls were white, and there was a ceiling engraved with some unknown meaning. This was a slightly unusual hall. In the innermost part of the hall, there was a flight of stairs more than 1 meter high. The stairs extended in all directions and formed a platform that was 1 meter above the ground. On the platform stood a young man with his hands behind his back. His sword-like eyebrows were tightly knitted, and he was holding his breath in concentration. He was wearing a white robe with gold and black lines engraved on his shoulders, back, and abdomen. They were exquisite like clouds and flames. As the faint energy light flowed, they were vivid and lifelike, as if a cloud was drifting and a flame was swaying in the wind. The young man's eyes were tightly closed. In front of him was a hexagonal fish pond. There were 6 stone pillars that were engraved with complicated patterns. Half of the pillars were embedded in the wall, and the top of the pillars was a semicircular basin. In addition to the hexagonal fish pond in the center, the energy of the 6 pillars was finally connected to the fish pond in the center. This combination looked like something like an altar. After an unknown amount of time, the young man slowly opened his eyes. He plucked a strand of hair from his long white hair and slowly threw it into the fish pond. The fish pond was dark like a pool of ink. It was so dark that it made one's heart tremble. When the strand of white hair fell into the pond, it splashed a circle of weak ripples. After waiting for a moment, it slowly sank into the darkness. He took a deep breath and slowly exhaled a breath that contained energy. The light in the hall suddenly dimmed, and the vision became dark. The circle of stone pillars suddenly lit up with a circle of black flames in a clockwise direction. The patterns on the stone pillars also surged with a surge of dark energy. As the energy emerged, the light in the hall disappeared without a trace, as if it was hiding from something. When the entire stone pillar was dyed black by the dark energy, a thin black energy thread emerged from the bottom of the basin and connected to the 6 corners of the hexagonal fish pond, one by one, guiding the dark energy into it. When the young man saw this, he lowered his head and opened his mouth to mutter a few words. It did not sound like a normal voice, and it did not sound like a normal language. It caused the space and the void to faintly tremble. The surging of energy and the trembling of the void continued for a while. Suddenly, energy gathered in the center of the fish pond. Strands of energy condensed towards the center. As the energy light in the fish pond appeared, a small black flame appeared. In the next 5 to 6 seconds, it rapidly grew and became a swaying flame the size of a basin. The black energy spread out along with the emergence of the black flame, turning into a thin layer of black mist in the air and spreading in all directions. As the energy surged, a voice suddenly came from the black flame. "But what is it that you have to report?" The voice was hollow and dull, as if it was the effect of speaking to the wall in an empty house. Just the sound alone made the light in the space even dimmer, as if night had fallen. The young man was silent for a while, and then said, "The branch palaces that we have stationed in various parts of the Cloud Continent have been attacked by unknown people. Several June thrones have been destroyed. I am worried that our plan will be obstructed. It doesn't matter. Those weak strongholds, if you can keep them, then keep them. It doesn't matter if you can't keep them. As long as the Well of Remnant Souls is not destroyed, there won't be too much of an impact." The deep voice echoed in the hall, and there was also a strange, low laughter coming from the black flame. After a while, it suddenly changed the topic. "A few days ago, I told you that there was an anomaly in the Cloud Continent. Have you investigated anything?" The young man shook his head. "Our forces have been operating in the entire Cloud Continent, but we haven't found anything in the past few days." "What is the anomaly that you are talking about?" "Maybe it's something from the outside. Maybe it's someone from the outside. An aura that doesn't belong to the Cloud Continent. Something that doesn't belong to the Cloud Continent." The deep voice came from the black flame. The young man smiled bitterly in his heart, and his face was expressionless. "Someone from the outside. Like that group of people last time?" He frowned. "That group of people are indeed not people from the Cloud Continent. I only noticed it when they attacked with all their strength." "How did you know in advance?" "Maybe in your eyes they're no different. Maybe in everyone's eyes. Everything in this world is no different. But to me, everything is not the same as what you think. In my eyes, there are no secrets in this world." The young man was silent. He couldn't help but recall the scene of the battle with that person from the outside. There was still some fear in his eyes, but when he looked at the flame in front of him, he felt a little relieved. Even if it was an expert of that level, they were still driven out of the Cloud Continent in the end. The young man let out a long sigh. His expression suddenly stiffened, and his slightly squinted eyes slowly widened. There was some fear in his eyes. "You are afraid. There is still fear in the bottom of your heart. That fear is making your soul tremble." Black Flame's voice came, and the young man's expression returned to normal. He took a deep breath, and his face trembled slightly. "Maybe we found the anomaly." King June's guard in the Grey Lands sent back a message. He saw the outsider who was driven out of the Cloud Continent by us not long ago. This time, it is said that he brought another helper. We don't know the details, but the person who sent the message back has already died. "Is that so?" "They are back." Black Flame's calm voice didn't have the slightest fluctuation, as if he wasn't surprised. "Your people are not their opponents. If they want to deal with you, it is just a matter of time." The young man's expression turned ugly. This was the truth. Even if the Sovereign King Palace went all out, they wouldn't be able to do anything to that group of people. Moreover, this time he seemed to have brought an even stronger helper. That would be even more difficult to deal with. Should we contact the people in the ice region and the others to deal with them? Black Flame fluttered a few times, and energy gathered slightly to make it bigger. After a while, he said in a low voice, "There is not much time left. Put all your attention on the Well of Remnant Souls. Let it do whatever it wants. The price to pay can be anything. The young man's face trembled fiercely. His eyes flickered a few times, and he seemed to be hesitating. There are some things that, if we fail, the price to pay is everything. You and I have no choice, and we can't avoid it. When you still have control, make a choice. Hee, you know what I am talking about. Don't let me underestimate your determination. I understand. The young man clenched his fists tightly. After taking a deep breath, his tensed body slowly relaxed. He already knew that this was the price to pay for pursuing another path. It was unavoidable. This price could be the entire Sovereign King Palace or the entire Yunduan continent. Everything could be paid. Everything could be sacrificed. The young man nodded at Black Flame and waved his hand to make it dissipate. However, the darkness in the hall didn't disappear at the same time. There was something that had turned from a distortion into reality that remained in the real world. When I decided to embark on this path, the result was already unchangeable. He turned around and walked out of the hall. Standing at the top of the hall, he looked down at the entire land, the entire Yunduan continent. He lowered his head and looked at his palm. Suddenly, he slowly extended it forward and waved it down. A wave of extremely dark energy burst out from the Sword Edge Mountain and rushed to the top of the sky, spreading in all directions. The ring of clouds also emitted a vast amount of black energy, turning into pillars of smoke that rushed to the sky. Let this world burn. Chapter 1592. Yun Nuashing, who was far away in the gray land, suddenly turned his gaze to the horizon. He reached out and pressed his chest, then tilted his head with a blank expression. Foam, what's wrong? Did you find something? Huey's figure flickered and appeared beside him. Seeing his confused look, we couldn't help but ask, is it here or somewhere else? Yun Nuashing frowned, shook his head, and said, my heart palpitated for no reason. I don't know what's going on. Ever since he directly broke into the Thousand Ravine City and pulled out a Spirit Supreme Palace, his soul had been in an extremely active state. It spread across the entire Cloud Continent, monitoring this continent and this void. Although he said this, he hadn't reached the point where he could see and monitor everything that happened on the Cloud Continent. He was just vigilant against some powerful existences. He rubbed his chin and was silent for a while. He reached out and poked Yun Nuashing's forehead. This space is still not normal. If you can't bear it, you should take back your soul. It's not because of that. Well, it's because of that. Yun Nuashing reached out and twirled his long hair and said casually, I don't know if my soul touched something at that moment, but it suddenly made my heart palpitate. It could also be an illusion. Whatever, the destination is right in front, right? We glanced at him and nodded. It's right in front. Yun Nuashing was about to lead the way forward when the space beside him flickered gently. A spherical space about 10 feet wide caved in, and then two beautiful figures emerged from it. Jing Yuanji and Min Du looked at Yun Nuashing. Jing Yuanji said softly, we didn't see anything abnormal. At least within a radius of 1,000,000 miles. It's relatively safe for us. Thank you for your hard work. In the wilderness, everything was brown and yellow. Beside them were some giant trees that were more than 10 meters tall. They were bare, and the ground was full of withered branches and withered leaves. It was as if the autumn wind had harvested the last bit of green, making this place look lifeless. The sunlight was also blocked by the dark clouds that covered the sky, making this place look even more lifeless. It should be around here. Strange. Is there something wrong with the coordinates? Hui muttered and waved his hand. An energy wave swept across the void. But a moment later, the space around the four of them twisted again. A young figure emerged from the space. His white hair was very dazzling. His slightly thin face and deep eyes revealed a trace of laziness. It seemed that he was born like this, but he did not show it at the moment. Law enforcement, why have you been abducted by Hui? Yun Nuashing could not help but be startled when he saw the person. This fellow could be considered an old acquaintance. Recently, he had been talking about him. It just so happened that he had something to look for him about. The young man who had just emerged from the space was also startled. A touch of embarrassment appeared on his handsome face. He scratched his head and said, I was suddenly abducted. Ahem, why are you guys here? There shouldn't be any problems with the coordinates I sent, right? Xing LV coughed dryly and quickly changed the topic. Send another set of coordinates for me to take a look. Hui was also a little surprised when he heard this. He asked law enforcement to send the coordinates again, and then repeated it verbally. The result was that the two did not match. There was a slight difference. The range was not small, but it was not big either. It was about 100 miles away. It was lucky that it did not involve the coordinates of the void. Maybe there are some problems with the rules of this cloud continent. The wrong link may be cognition, transmission, and there are many results. Yun Nuashing listened and gave a simple explanation. If you want to delve deeper, you have to touch the level of the concept of the rules. But there are very powerful restrictions and defenses there. If you touch it easily, it may accelerate some bad things to happen. So I don't touch it easily. Hui thought about it and felt a headache. He quickly waved his hand and looked at law enforcement. Well, let's not talk about that first. Take us there first. It's right in front. Xing Lu nodded and flew in front to lead the way. After passing through a barren mountain range, in the middle of the withered forest, there was an extremely open flat ground. In the middle of the flat ground, a giant golden hall that was over 100 feet tall appeared in Yun Nuashing's line of sight. The dazzling golden exterior was covered with a layer of gray, and some of the fragments on the ground could still be seen with very exquisite decorations. It was not difficult to see that it should have been quite grand and magnificent when it was intact, but now, after being destroyed by Xing Lu and the others, it had turned into fragments all over the ground. Even though it was a mess, even though the ground was filled with broken pieces, and the makeup of the past was completely gone, from the wreckage that was still 1,000 feet long, it still gave off a very, very uncomfortable aura. Just as they approached the wreckage, the expressions of the 4 people from Yun Nua planet changed, becoming somewhat solemn. Lord Hui, Lord Feng, over here. A figure stood in the middle of the ruins. When he saw them coming from the sky, he quickly raised his hand and waved it with all his might. Then he lifted his leg and kicked the fragments of the ruins to make a flat land for them to land on. He said respectfully, "This place seems to have been called the June, thrown by them. The standards are quite high. There are 7 beginner-level heavenly gods of origin here. It took me and law enforcement quite a bit of effort to get here. 2 high-level heavenly gods of origin against 7 beginner-level heavenly gods of origin." We could not help but be stunned. Law enforcement scratched his head awkwardly. It took a bit of effort. Otherwise, there wouldn't be anything left of this place now. The 4 of them let out a long "oh." It turned out that it was a problem brought about by too much power. These little things were too fragile. If they were careless, they could easily fall to the ground. Since they were coming to the Sovereign King Palace, they naturally had to leave something for them to investigate. Otherwise, if they were placed 10,000 miles away, it was guaranteed that there would not be anything left of them. No one would know, and victory would be decided from 10,000 miles away. Yun Nuashing sniffed lightly and frowned. The aura of non-order. Oh ho, could this be a big problem? Does the cloud continent have non-order specialties? Hui exclaimed, and at the same time he communicated with the others in his soul. The result of the feedback was as expected. So far, they had not found any non-order specialties in the cloud continent, and they had never heard of such a thing. The origin life forms of the cloud continent did not even understand the term non-order. For the time being, they could rule out the possibility that there were natural non-order specialties here. Then it could only be done by humans. Lord Feng, Lord Hui, this is the place. I didn't dare to deal with it. I also felt that something might be wrong, so I asked you to come and take a look. Xing Lu helped the person to clean up the surrounding ground. On the ground piled up with debris, an ancient well with a diameter of 10 feet appeared. The non-order aura was coming from the bottom of the ancient well. There was also a faint sealing power in it, as if something was being pressed down in the well. The group of people circled around the ancient well and stuck their heads out to look. When they saw what was inside, their expressions changed slightly. It was darkness. The ancient well was filled with darkness. There was an energy seal on the wall of the well, emitting a faint light in the darkness. The darkness was some kind of physical existence. It could block the light of the seal, and it was flowing like a cloud. As the darkness continued to surge, the few people's eyes followed the seal on the wall of the well and kept looking down. They waited slowly. How deep they could see was purely a matter of luck. As long as those black, cloud-like things leaned to one side and revealed a gap, they could see the bottom. It was very dependent on luck. In the 10 minutes they waited, the luckiest thing they saw was 1,000 feet deep, and it seemed that they had not seen the bottom. Hui looked for a while and felt bored. He rubbed his eyes and quickly poked Yun Nuoxing's shoulder. "Feng, do you see anything? Is there something familiar down there?" Yun Nuoxing raised his head and was silent for a while. He hesitated for a while before shaking his head. "It is indeed a non-order energy, but if you say it's something familiar, I really don't feel anything familiar." Hui pondered for a while and muttered, "So it's another non-order energy excluding the divine shadow clan, the underworld, and the annihilation energy. Could it be the power of divine destruction? There is no reaction from the element of annihilation." Yun Nuoxing shook his head. If it was the power of divine destruction, he would have reacted long ago. He could sense it from thousands of miles away, even if it was in a sealed state. Yun Nuoxing was silent for a while. Suddenly, he flicked a dark red energy into the ancient well from between his fingers. It easily got into the seal and flew toward the bottom of the ancient well. Everyone's eyes followed the red light closely until even its light was covered by the flowing black clouds. In the end, they could only look at Yun Nuoxing. Seeing that he was so focused, they did not want to disturb him. The air was quiet for a long time. Min felt a little bored and hid in the void to be vigilant of his surroundings. Hui kept staring at Yun Nuoxing's eyes. It was as if he could see something from his black eyes. After waiting like this for dozens of minutes, Yun Nuoxing's expression suddenly changed. He quickly waved his hand and let the energy rush into the void and disappear. "How is it? What did you see?" Hui saw that he was moving and quickly came up to him. The others also pricked up their ears curiously. Yun Nuoxing was silent for a while. He rubbed his eyebrows as if he was sorting out what he had just seen. After a few minutes, he said with a serious expression, "The non-order energy is spread all over the underground of the cloud continent. It covers a very wide range. This ancient well is just an energy well that transforms ordinary energy into non-order energy. There are thousands of similar energy wells in various places of the cloud continent. They are like energy hubs that weave a huge energy web deep underground." Yun Nuoxing paused for a moment and looked up into the distance. "There is a place where the energy reaction is particularly intense. The energy of the entire energy web seems to be moving towards that place. However, before I could find the source, I felt that the non-order energy was acting abnormally. So I threw that energy into the void." Hui was stunned when he heard that. He said with a shocked tone, "This thing is definitely man-made." "Oh, you're talking nonsense. By the way, you don't have to look so shocked and serious when you're talking nonsense like this. It's ruining the atmosphere." Yun Nuoxing rolled his eyes. He crossed his arms and whispered softly, "But what are the people of the Sovereign Palace planning to do with these things? Such a huge energy web, so many energy hubs. It's as if a stake was placed at the intersection of every giant dragon vein in the celestial realm. In the end, all of them are connected the pillar of creation, can also do something like this. Let's assume that they want to gather all the energy together. But what are they planning to do? Hui scratched his face and muttered, "We just came to the cloud continent not long ago. This arrangement of the sovereign palace has existed for at least 10,000 years. It's not that easy to figure it out." Yun Nuashing shook his head and let out a long sigh. No matter what, there was definitely something wrong with the sovereign palace. It was impossible for a life form of order to come into contact with non-order energy for no reason. Moreover, such an exquisite method of energy conversion was definitely not something that an ordinary life form of order could possess. There was no doubt that the energy of order and non-order were completely opposite. The only connection between the two was the one that existed on the surface. They were both born in the void. Yun Nuashing, who often studied these two types of energy, knew that they could be converted into each other under certain conditions. Order could pollute non-order, and non-order could also distort order. They were each other's nemesis and would affect each other. The underworld's experience in this aspect was probably ahead of everyone by an era. As for him, he more or less understood it a little, but his understanding was not deep. He also had a way to convert the energy of order and the energy of non-order. However, to achieve this level, to make the energy of non-order reach the level of order, it was very difficult. After listening to his introduction, everyone was silent for a while. Hui suddenly said, "What level is this?" "The level of this energy of non-order in the level of order. It's a little weaker than the origin energy and the annihilation energy, but the distance is not as big as you think." Yun Nuashing looked at them with a solemn expression and said, word by word, "It has the level of a threat to us, including you, Hui." Hui's expression froze. He was so stiff that he seemed to have turned into a stone statue on the spot. This time it was really a disaster. Originally, he only came to the Black Nest to investigate its existence. He did not expect to encounter an incident of this level. Could it be that the two incidents were superimposed on each other? Moreover, it was a superposition of a big incident and a small incident. Hui glanced at Yun Nuashing. Yun Nuashing was stunned. The two of them knew each other's thoughts. In the next few minutes, they tried their best to deny that they were the bigger one. At the moment, we still don't know why the sovereign palace wants to get so much non-order energy. Yun Nuashing held Hui, who was still causing trouble, and said with a serious expression, "Moreover, I don't think that an ordinary life form of order would have this kind of energy conversion method. Either there is a problem with him, or there is no problem with him, but there is a problem with the people he knows. In any case, this energy well is a big threat to the cloud continent if it stays here. We are still in this space at the moment, which means that it is a threat to us as well. It's better to get rid of it first." After Yun Nuashing finished speaking, the color on his body began to fade. A pure white light slowly covered his body. The energy that belonged to the observer in his body also began to circulate rapidly. He pulled the others back for a distance. With a thought, a vast amount of energy suddenly fell from the sky. The brilliant, pure, white energy beam with a terrifying energy fluctuation fell accurately into the ancient well. At the same time, Hui's body also emitted a golden light. With a wave of his hand, the space around him fluctuated. Dozens of order chains swept toward the energy beam and wrapped around the light beam. As the light beam surged into the ancient well bit by bit, the chains became tighter and tighter. Finally, it turned into an energy seal that covered the ancient well. Pooh! The pure white and gold energies suddenly vibrated, and a circle of energy shockwave visible to the naked eye erupted from the ancient well and spread out in all directions. The hull, which was already on the verge of collapsing at any time, was now damaged even more severely, as if it was a ruin hit by a typhoon. The broken bricks of the building were flung hundreds of meters away by the energy shockwave. The area within 100 meters was clean, and traces of smoke and dust could be seen being blown away. Only the wreckage of the main building was left in its original place. The energy left behind will annihilate the energy that exists in the energy well and the converted energy. However, if we want to destroy the entire energy web, I'm afraid we have to destroy all the energy wells. Yun Nuashing lowered her head and frowned. Destroy them all. You just said that there are thousands of them buried underground. Huey's face was filled with despair when he heard this. He rolled his eyes and didn't want to do it anymore. Is there a faster way? Yun Nuashing pinched her arm and looked troubled. There is a way. Everyone was pleasantly surprised. What way? Let me destroy this continent. Won't the energy web be gone too? Yun Nuashing chuckled and said this nonsense with a calm face. Everyone was sweating profusely. This was like cutting off the entire hand when the finger hurt. No, it might be more serious. She might as well just make the person disappear. That's right, it won't hurt when the person is dead. Cough, cough. It's very easy for me to destroy the cloud continent. Look, with the amount of energy I've accumulated, I only need to use origin. Primal chaos and nothing will happen. I'll directly restore the cloud continent to its original state. Everything will reappear, and even the so-called schemes and tricks hidden in the dark will all be crushed to death in the cradle. Everyone was speechless. They had to quickly think of a way to divert this lunatic's attention. Don't talk too much. If she turns into a netherworld sword and stabs it into the ground in the next second, then all the people in the cloud continent can only report to the Yellow Springs. They would probably be crowded to death. Xing Lu was sweating profusely as he wiped his forehead. His entire palm was soaked with sweat. In short, we have to get rid of these strange energy wells first. I heard from the people of the Sovereign King Palace that there are many similar king level Junes in the cloud continent, and they are all very secretive. They are not known to the public. It is a coincidence that we found this king level June. Another person nodded and continued. Halfway through the fight, they called for people. We followed them through the teleportation door they opened and arrived here. Then we destroyed it. Yun Nuashing and Huey's mouth twitched. They suddenly thought of the scene where they caused a ruckus at the Divine Shadow Clan. It was the same method. Hui patted Yun Nuashing's shoulder and sighed. Let's leave this to them. They should be able to destroy King level June. They should be able to seal the energy wells. As for us, Yun Nuashing raised her eyebrows and looked at him. As for us, go deep into the enemy's rear and attack the root of the problem. Hui grinned and opened the map of the cloud continent. His palm slapped on the ridge origin land in the northeast direction and said, Kill them directly! Kill them! In the soul, Siyu, Feng Qinghuang, and the other two girls were also shouting loudly. Yun Nuashing's face darkened. She looked at the map and thought for a moment. Actually, there was nothing to think about. They were moving in such a large area and targeting in such a large area. The Sovereign King Palace would definitely be prepared. However, it was not a problem. Then let's kill them. I'm just saying it casually. Hui was slightly stunned. He smiled awkwardly. Actually, I wanted to destroy all the strongholds one by one before charging in. Why are you even black? Why are you looking at me like that? Don't come over. Give me the 10,000 elephant attraction. Chapter 1593. Although the elegant tower was thousands of feet tall and huge in size, its lines were beautiful and artistic. It didn't give off the feeling of majesty and grandeur at all. From afar, it looked like a landmark building. It was conspicuous and pleasing to the eye. Rows upon rows of gorgeous buildings were arranged in this city that was filled with luxurious aura. The neat streets were actually made of the so-called magnetite. The sound of footsteps was accompanied by the tinkling of energy. It was pleasant to the ear and didn't feel noisy at all. Even during the busiest time of the day, when a large group of people walked past the door, it wouldn't wake the people inside the house. Listen, these crisp footsteps, the wind chimes that sounded when the wind blew through the house. This was the sound of money. I'm going blind. Is this the legendary power of money? As soon as Yun Nuashing entered the city, He could smell the stench of money. His breathing became sluggish, and his eyes were a little stunned. The streets were filled with people dressed in luxurious clothes, and the streets were bustling with noise and excitement, but he could not feel the demonic sound piercing his ears. It was like a city built with money. Ah! No, my eyes are going blind. Money. Is this the power of money? This is the power of money, buddy. Hui was wearing a majestic and incomparably noble white robe. All kinds of golden lines that represented power and authority were engraved on the sleeves and trousers. There was also a golden pauldron on his shoulder that was cast with lines. This thing was just for decoration and could be broken with a light pinch. Hui, who was already handsome and talented, now looked like a young master who came out to play from a big family. Coupled with his extremely bright expression, one look from him could illuminate all the girls on the street. Well, it was just that Yun Nuashing wanted to give him a kick. Yun Nuashing pulled the excessively long sleeves. It was a bit awkward. He only had a few sets of clothes. This set, it was the one that made him look like a 16-year-old girl attending a wedding in the grandest and most beautiful dress. Before entering the city, he was forced to put it on by Little Angel and Feng Qinghuang on the bed. Although he was very reluctant, he couldn't persuade those girls. Bah! That wasn't the main reason. The main reason was those who can afford to live in Yangtian City are either rich or respectable. Although they don't prohibit anyone from entering, I don't think anyone would have the nerve to come in ragged clothes when they see all the neatly dressed and elegant people on the streets. Jing Yuanji said softly from the side. It was rare for her to wear clothes that were much more decorative than practical. She looked more graceful and luxurious than ever before. She whispered in Yun Nuashing's ear. So, Lord Feng, don't pull your clothes anymore. It's going to be messy. It wasn't easy for me to tidy them up for you. I don't feel well. Yun Nuashing only felt very awkward. Her neck was bound, and she felt that her whole body was not right. This thin, gauze-like cloak was almost dragging on the ground. Speaking of which, was this kind of high-neck design with 2 streamers behind the waist and abdomen really necessary? The whole street's attention was on them now, damn it. Why were there still people looking at him with red, green, and purple eyes? He really was a man. He walked awkwardly on the street. Even though he was warned a few times, he still couldn't help but tug at his clothes. Yangtian City was a major city in the Gangyuan continent that was jointly controlled by several superpowers. Aside from the sovereign's palace and ice field, the other superpowers all had their own businesses or branches here. Some of the first-rate factions were no exception. It was located at the border between the plains and the hills. There were mountains and rivers, and the 3 seasons of the year were like spring rain. Greenery was always present, and the location was excellent. It covered hundreds of thousands of square miles of land, comparable to the area of some large cities in the realm of the gods. It was probably some kind of holy city, but there was no such thing here. It was also because of the large number of important figures that this city grew from a small city to its current size. It was said that this city was the most prosperous city in the entire Gangyuan continent, and could even be ranked as one of the top 3 cities in the entire Yunduan continent. Since they were here for sightseeing, cough cough, they were here to cause trouble. Naturally, they would pay a visit to Yangtian City. The businesses and branches that were left behind in this city must have been heavily invested in. Those important figures weren't stupid. They wouldn't turn a blind eye to such a piece of cake. If they did that to the emperor's palace, something would definitely happen. By the way, the actions against the sovereign's palace and other places were also speeding up. This was basically left to Xing Lu to handle. The few of them really came here with the goal of infiltrating the enemy's rear and taking the enemy's head, traveling and whatnot. Well, that was just in passing. Looking at Hui, Jing Yuanji, and Min in luxurious clothes, Yun Nuashing let out a long sigh of relief. She felt that she couldn't convince herself no matter how hard she tried. They really came here to travel. Those who dared to come to Yangtian City were were either nobles or rich people sitting on billions of assets. Or there was no or. These people were all powerful. This was just a prerequisite. The previous ones were additional conditions. Looking at herself, well, she was clean. I've been living in seclusion for a long time. I don't remember much about money. Yun Nuashing heaved a sigh of relief and looked into his own pendant. Looking at the treasures that filled up the entire space, he felt a little more at ease after a moment. Although that was something used by the god realm and not something from the cloud continent, no matter what, he could still be considered a person with a little bit of wealth. Walking here shouldn't cause him to lose face. Every time she arrived at a new place, her soul would naturally open up. Then she would unscrupulously scan her surroundings to get a better understanding of the city. At the same time, she would also check if there was anyone hiding in the dark, or if there was anyone casting special attention or hostility towards them. The news that dozens of the sovereign palace's sub-palaces had been demolished spread quickly. Many people had already heard about it and were paying attention to it. The only reason they didn't pay much attention to it was that no one knew who did it. Most of their guesses could only point to the dozen or so superpowers or even the ice domain. No one had an answer, and everyone was panicking. Well, it wasn't to that extent. It was just a little chaotic, but it wasn't to the extent that the whole world was in chaos. Yun Nuashing's scattered divine soul heard a burst of hurried footsteps in the alley next to him, and a low voice came out from the hurried gasps. It seemed that the person did not want too many people to hear it, so he lowered his voice, which made Yun Nuashing slightly stunned. He stopped and turned around. Every city had many small alleys, but the alleys here were not as dark as those in other cities. There was enough light here, and he could see clearly that a figure suddenly rushed out from the corner, much faster than the owner of the footsteps behind him. A hesitant sound came from her throat. Yun Nuashing was about to turn around and ignore this matter when she suddenly felt a flash in her vision. A pair of clear green eyes appeared in her line of sight. Following a whiff of fragrance, she suddenly felt a small figure under her left arm. She even pulled on his loose robe and rolled herself up. "Quick, catch her!" "She ran that way. Don't let her get out." A few loud shouts came from the small alley. A few people wearing clothes that didn't look like ordinary people rushed out. They waved sticks and sacks in their hands and ran toward the front of the street while shouting. They even pushed down a few innocent passers-by. They spurred their horses all the way and left a cloud of dust behind them. Yun Nuashing stared blankly at those people who had gone far away. Hui and the others also saw those people. They were about to turn around and say something to him, but when they turned around, they found that he was still more than 10 meters away. They hurriedly walked back. "Feng! Feng! Why are you still standing there? Why is your hand swollen?" "It's swollen." Yun Nuashing's cheeks twitched. When those people spurred their horses and disappeared into the end of the world, he looked at his obviously swollen arm with a strange expression. Under Hui and the others' strange gazes, he slowly lifted the corner of his robe. Then the three of them were stunned. A little girl about 13 or 14 years old was hugging Yun Nuashing's waist. Half of her face was buried in his waist. Her big green eyes squinted slightly because the corner of his robe was lifted. Then she curiously looked at the three people who were staring at her. Suddenly, she grinned and quickly let go of her hands that were hugging Yun Nuashing. Then she gently bowed to Yun Nuashing and smiled sweetly. "Thank you, big brother." Yun Nuashing and the others were shocked. There was actually a little girl who could tell at a glance that he was a man. "This was too. Why are you so excited?" This little girl hugged me. Although she's small, I can more or less feel it. Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes and said to Hui and the others through their souls. Then he muttered, "Probably." At this moment, Yun Nuashing finally had the time to look at the little girl. She was wearing a luxurious green dress that was not particularly outstanding. She was from a wealthy family, but in Yangtian City, she looked very ordinary. Her long black hair was draped behind her back, and 2 small bunches of hair were tied into a small ponytail with a belt with 2 sparkling accessories. Her green eyes were exceptionally clear, as if they could reflect 1,000 things in this world. The little girl tugged on Yun Nuoxing's robe and looked into the distance. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he seemed to see a faint smile on the little girl's lips. She was very happy. Translated, it meant that the plan had worked. As for those guys who were chasing the little girl all over the world, Yun Nuoxing felt a trace of hostility from them. They didn't have good intentions, so they shouldn't be important people to the little girl. Jing Yuanji squatted down and stretched out her hand to pat the little girl's head. She revealed a gentle smile and said softly, "Did you get separated from your family?" The little girl shook her head vigorously, the little ponytail behind her swinging back and forth. She giggled and said to Jing Yuanji, "I snuck out." Yun Nuoxing's face stiffened and his face twitched twice. Did little girls like to run out of their homes these days? Oh, that's right. He recalled that Yu had also run away from home that year. Yes, she had even dragged him along with her. This time, this 13 or 14-year-old girl had directly used him as a shield to hide. This was probably the only benefit of this set of loose clothes, although its use was a little strange. Oh! The little girl looked left and right for a while before suddenly exclaiming in a small voice. She bowed to Yun Nuoxing and the others again. "Oh yeah, I have to go first. Big brother, big sister, goodbye." Leaving behind a light voice, the little girl nimbly slipped into the crowd and disappeared into the sea of people in a few flashes. It was as if what had just happened was just a small episode. At this time, with the main character of the episode, it was as if nothing had happened. The crowd continued to move forward, and no one cared about what happened in the corner. What a strange little girl. We looked around for a while, although, with their strength, it would only take an instant to find that little girl in the sea of people. There was no need to do so. He poked Yun Nuoxing and said, "What's even stranger is that this girl has the aura of a beginner god. Do you feel it?" "I feel it." Yun Nuoxing nodded. "I felt it when she touched me. There seems to be an energy flowing from a long river in her body. Sometimes it's turbulent, sometimes it's like a vast lake with blue waves, but there's also an undercurrent surging. It seems that the energy in her body isn't very stable." Min immediately understood what he meant. The strength of her soul isn't strong enough, and the strength of her body isn't strong enough, but there's such a huge amount of energy in her body. Naturally, there would be such a situation. However, on the whole, it's still relatively calm, so there's no need to be too concerned. Yun Nuoxing's eyes flickered for a while before he continued. The power of her bloodline is quite strong. Perhaps there's something helping her stabilize her energy, so there's no need to be too concerned. There won't be any danger. It was just a small interlude that ended as quickly as it started. Yun Nuoxing and the other 3 continued to wander around Yangtian City, casually, collecting information according to fate and randomly picking ways to cause trouble. Yun Nuoxing always felt that there was nothing new about destroying a city with one move. They were drawing lots in their souls to see who would be the one to attack this time. This made Yun Nuoxing speechless. They were already in such a position, yet they still needed to draw lots to attack a city like a child. Wasn't that childish? More importantly, these guys even strictly forbade him from attacking. Wasn't that childish? They actually didn't want to play with him. All right, the main thing is that phone. You're a trump card, aren't you? It's better not to use it easily if you don't have to. Keep it as a backup, just in case. Hui looked at Yun Nuoxing, who seemed to be in a fit of pique and couldn't help but say, "Ever since you told me about the non-order energy, I feel that there's a need to keep some backup plans to prevent any accidents, right?" Yun Nuoxing looked at him with his arms crossed and sighed helplessly. The non-order energy won't give you any backup plans. Once the energy buried deep in the earth moves, there's only one outcome. The cloud continent will fall apart rapidly. It will collapse rapidly in as short as 2 hours or as long as a month, leaving no time for anyone to prepare. Even so, seeing that Hui wanted to say something, Yun Nuashing waved his hand. I know. There's no need to say anything. I'll just keep an eye on it if there's really an unknown non-order life form lurking in the cloud continent. Yun Nuashing put down his hand and suddenly froze for a moment. His arm seemed to have touched something at his waist. He fumbled around casually and took something off from his clothes. He put it in his palm and looked at it for a moment before realizing that it was a jade pendant. The exquisite emerald jade pendant had the pattern of a certain creature carved on it. There was even a string of red tassels hanging below it. It looked unusually exquisite and didn't seem like something that an ordinary person would have. Moreover, there was a powerful energy seal on this thing. The level of energy was close to the peak of the origin level, which made him stunned for a moment. Is this that little girl's thing just now? We came over to take a look and peeked inside a few times. It has a very powerful defensive energy. She's really a naughty child who ran away from a big family. That child dropped this. Isn't it very dangerous? Jing Yuanji frowned. Her soul quickly swept through Yangtian City, but she was stunned for a moment. She actually couldn't find the little girl's aura. There's some kind of powerful shield on that little girl. Perhaps there are other auras. Hearing this, Yun Nuashing pondered for a moment. When she touched me just now, I clearly felt 7 or 8 auras surrounding her body. Maybe it's those things that exist on her body. There's no need to be anxious. When the time comes, if she really encounters any danger, I'll be able to locate her aura for a moment. Patting Jing Yuanji's head, Yun Nuashing smiled and said, Moreover, there are many hidden powerhouses in Yangtian City. Although the way we release our souls is secretive, it doesn't mean that we won't be discovered. For example, I was caught last time. Huim, then what do we do now? Follow the original plan and find trouble with the Sovereign King Palace, or find that little girl? Follow the original plan. Don't worry about that girl for now. I have a feeling that we'll meet again. Yun Nuashing put away the jade pendant in her hand and waved as she walked forward. Speaking of which, Yun Nuashing was very curious about what these superpowers left behind in Yangtian City, which was similar to the Holy City. In the realm of the gods, the Divine Land's Holy City and other places were left behind for trading materials, auctioning, playing with stones, and she heard that there were also large-scale moving and the like. There were also mercenaries who set up adventurous mercenaries. Most of these were played by the reckless fellows of the Night Owl Alliance, and the places they went were all forbidden places. As for other things, there were also things like portals that were sure to be profitable. However, portals needed to be maintained all year round. It was fine if one had the ability to maintain them, but if one had to do it for others, the price would not be cheap. After listening to Yun Nuashing's ramblings, Hui, Jing Yuanji, and the others looked around curiously and scratched their heads. Most of them are about the same. At most, we'll count those who close stalls and collect rent. We also have alchemy shops and magic circle shops back home. In the Cloud Continent, it's probably not far off. Anything related to cultivators can be bought and sold, especially in an important city like this. As for the small businesses in the marketplace of ordinary people, there are actually more of them, accounting for about 60% of the entire city. So, what does the king's palace have here? I don't know. The three of them shook their heads and said in unison. Yun Nuashing's face twitched a few times. Just as she was about to find someone to ask for some information, we suddenly remembered the talisman that the three of them gave him in Wushang City. He quickly took it out and flipped through it. He found the introduction of the king's palace in Yangtian City, then communicated with Yun Nuashing and the others through their souls. It says that the king's palace has a stone gambling den in Yangtian City. They buy precious stones all year round, and also some non-medicinal materials. The more the better. I'm afraid that these materials were used to build the energy well. The seal used for the energy well as well as the body, are all materials that contain a huge amount of energy. Thinking of the energy well that was destroyed by him, Yun Nuashing couldn't help but roll her eyes. Hui and the others also let out an ah when they heard this. This was equivalent to letting others collect materials to help them do bad things. If they guessed correctly, the biggest use of this thing was to make the cloud continent fall apart. Wasn't that the same as destroying one's own sect? It sounded really exciting, but they didn't know if it would make it seem crowded. There's also... We continued to flip through the information on the talisman and said, "Talisman paper materials," and there were a lot of things that he didn't say too much or too little. But from some of the corners, they could hear that they were more interested in collecting things than selling things. They probably wanted to focus on destroying things and didn't have time to do construction. Then let's go to the stone workshop. After figuring out the direction, Yun Nuashing turned around and changed the path forward. It's a good opportunity to find out if there's anything special about these things in the cloud continent. At the same time, we can also see if we can find that kind of white mysterious stone. Most of the king's palace's properties were near the west side of the city. Yun Nuashing and the others entered from the east gate and crossed half of the city before arriving at this place. As soon as they landed, they saw a dazzling golden hall that was gilded from head to toe. Just by looking at it, they felt like they would be burned to death by the reflected sunlight. Their eyes were filled with gold, and if they got closer, their whole body would be plated with a layer of shiny golden light. My eyes are about to be blinded. Does this Yongtian City law enforcement officer not care about light pollution? Hui cried out in the blink of an eye. It was really an exaggerated action, and it had already attracted the attention of many passers-by. A knife smashed his head. Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes. Do these guys like to use gold that much? If they don't decorate it splendidly and sacred on the surface, how dare they call themselves the king? Min looked at her and replied. The four people stood in the same place and hesitated for a while. They looked at each other, then braced themselves and walked inside. This kind of golden building made their scalps tingle, just thinking about walking in. Moreover, why was it so splendid even inside? The color inside and outside was exactly the same. This golden light was brilliant not long after they walked in, and before they could think of how to cause trouble, Yun Nuashing suddenly saw a small figure, a green dress dancing with her lively running. It was the little girl just now. It's really a bit of a coincidence.